We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team.
After a night that featured a barnstormer of a speech by Tim Walz, chants of Coach ringing out, the image of Walz and his family beamed to millions nationwide. Tonight, it's all about Kamala Harris. From her time as a prosecutor, her heritage, to her vision for the future, just a few of the themes that'll be on full display tonight as Donald Trump holds his own dueling event, not waiting until the end of the convention to kick the campaign into its next and final phase. As major names in the Democratic Party prepare to take the stage tonight, including Elizabeth Warren, Maxwell Frost, Gretchen Whitmer, Gabby Giffords, and a few surprises. We'll have all that and much more as we report from Chicago on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime. The final night of the Democratic National Convention starts right now. I'm Linsey Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We are coming to you live from Chicago for this, the final night of the Democratic National Convention. In just a little while, Vice President Kamala Harris will accept the Democratic nomination for president, becoming the first Black and South Asian woman to be at the top of any party's ticket. Harris has often repeated the advice from her late mother: you don't let people tell you who you are, you tell them who you are. And tonight, we can expect she will be telling America just that, who she is. And we are now learning about how she's been spending her day to day with the last-minute preps for the biggest speech of her life. Former President Trump is counter-programming the Democratic Convention with a trip to the southern border to draw attention to an issue polls show more Americans trust him to manage. Behind me, the hall is packed in anticipation of this historic moment with some possible surprises. Back here in our broadcast booth, we are set to talk with one of the most powerful women in politics, Nancy Pelosi. Our full Powerhouse political team is standing by. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, leads us off.
Tonight, the moment Kamala Harris has been preparing for her entire political life. Harris, in the span of just 1 month, catapulted from loyal vice president to the top of the ticket. Tonight, she will step out on the convention stage as the first Black woman and Asian American to accept the nomination of a major party, reintroducing herself to America on her own terms.
Governor Tim Walz.
It comes 24 hours after her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, shared his own deeply personal story with the nation, his family emotional looking on.
If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you know somebody who has. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you.
17-year-old Gus Walz proud of his father, the moment moving millions. The Walzes have talked openly about their son's learning disability, calling him brilliant. The governor, a former high school social studies teacher and football coach, with a pep talk for the party.
It's the fourth quarter. We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team. Kamala Harris is tough. Kamala Harris is experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready. And as the next president of the United States always says, when we fight,
Walz's former team, the Mankato West Scarlets, surprising him on the convention stage. And afterwards, this reunion.
Hey! Thank you all so much. Really appreciate you guys making the time to come here. This can be a good thing. For sure, we can do our politics right.
Earlier, a pep talk of a different kind. The night's surprise guest, Oprah Winfrey, taking note of Donald Trump's message to his supporters that they'd only have to vote one more time.
You're looking at a registered independent who's proud to vote again and again and again because I'm an American and that's what Americans do.
Oprah with this plea.
Let us choose common sense over nonsense.
urging Americans to vote their values.
So I'm calling on all you independents and all you undecideds. You know this is true. You know I'm telling you the truth, that values and character matter most of all.
Mary Bruce joins us now from inside the convention hall. Mary, we're starting to learn a little more about how Vice President Harris is preparing for her evening. What do you know?
Well, Lindsay, I'm told that Kamala Harris spent the day reviewing and tweaking her remarks by hand, and that this is going to be deeply personal for her. She is going to share her American story. As a daughter of an immigrant, she will talk about her time as a prosecutor, as she now is prosecuting the case against Donald Trump, and she is going to outline her vision of hope and optimism for the future, which has been described as rooted in a deep sense of patriotism, Lindsay.
And Mary, as soon as the convention concludes, which is tonight, where can we expect to see Kamala Harris and Tim Walz?
You know, it's a very good question. They haven't announced yet where they are going to be next. What I can tell you is they are going to be out everywhere. This is going to be a 75-day absolute sprint across the battlegrounds and those key states. As Tim Walz said here last night, you can sleep when we're dead. They are going to be out there everywhere. And of course, that next big moment in this race, the debate on September 10th, right here on ABC News, Lindsay.
That's right. You can sleep when you're dead. Mary Bruce, our thanks to you. And now our senior congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott, joins us from the floor. Rachel, we expect the Democratic Party and the speakers they've chosen to hit several key issues that haven't really received too much play until now. Tell us about those issues.
Yeah, Lindsay, really it felt like the first day was focused on President Biden celebrating his victories, sort of pinning that love letter to President Joe Biden. And then now slowly they're turning to the new Democratic ticket and trying to outline Harris's vision for the nation. So in part, that is focusing on some of the Democratic priorities: climate change, student loan debt, gun violence. We know Arizona Senator Mark Kelly is expected to speak, as well as Gabby Giffords, who is a victim of gun violence herself. And the focus here is not just on the top of the Democratic ticket, but also those down ballot races. We know that Congress passed the most significant gun safety legislation in decades. It did not go as far as Democrats wanted, but in order to do that, they don't only need the White House, they also need the House and the Senate too, Lindsay.
And of course, California Congressman Ted Lieu on the stage. I want to point your attention to that. But Rachel, 4 of the 5 Central Park 5 will be in attendance tonight. Yeah. 2 of them will speak to remind voters they're 5 black teens convicted of raping a woman in Central Park back in 1989. They served more than a decade before their convictions were vacated. Why raise that case tonight?
Well, these are men that were wrongfully convicted, and former President Donald Trump went after them. He called for the death penalty for the Central Park 5. He took out multiple newspaper advertisements at the time. He has not apologized for that or walked that back at all. And so we are told tonight, expect them to make a very forceful case against the former president. And Lindsay, this is notable because, as we have talked about, the former president's campaign has really been trying to make inroads specifically with black men. So expect this message to be very forceful tonight, coming from members of the Central Park 5, as to why they believe that Donald Trump is the wrong choice for black men to support this November, Lindsay.
All right, Rachel Scott will, of course, be checking back in with you throughout the night. Thank you. From one side of the convention floor to another, our reporters are fanned out across the convention center. I want to bring in our Jay O'Brien, who's with delegates on the floor. Jay, of course, it's night for Kamala Harris's big, momentous, historic night, right after Tim Walz gave that ruckus speech of his own. What are delegates telling you about how they're feeling tonight?
So, Lindsay, one of the things we're hearing from delegates is that they are incredibly excited for what they say is going to be a historic nomination of Kamala Harris. I actually want to pan and show you just what it looks like down here. The people wearing white in honor of this historic moment. So you can see some of them in this direction, but if we pan the camera just a little bit over here, we can see this delegation from a couple from New York, a couple from Ohio. And this woman right here, we're going to interrupt her. She doesn't even know we're coming. Pardon me, ma'am. Hi, forgive my interruption. We're live on ABC News. I just wanted to ask, everyone's wearing white, obviously, in honor of this historic nomination. What goes through your mind when you see this and you see the history-making candidacy of Kamala Harris? I'll start with you.
I mean, for the first time, I think that I see myself represented on the top Democratic ticket for the presidency of the United States. It's a woman of color, a woman of immigrant parents, somebody who was working class and has made it to the top. For the first time, I see myself there. And I think so many women and so many young girls can say that as well.
And what about you, man? You were nodding along as I was talking about the history-making candidacy here. What goes through your mind? What do you want to hear from her tonight when she introduces herself in a way to the American people?
Well, this has been just an incredibly moving experience as a mother of 3 young daughters who are watching along at home, to know that they have the possibility. They see their possibilities and their future in front of them right here.
On the top of the ticket for Democrats, there was this sense of Democrats getting necessarily run the ball all the way to the end zone. You're nodding along. I'm going to come to you with this question then. Do you worry about Democrats getting complacent between now and November and maybe trying to ride this momentum and not build on it?
I think what we've seen here from the youngest Gen Zers all the way to Republicans for Harris, there's absolutely no way that we're going to negate the momentum that we've gained, and we're only going to move forward and grow bigger. As we can see, this room is filled to the brim, and I think our support is only growing that way. Really, what Harris and Walz have been able to do is aggregate the most amount of people that are really, truly asking to bring back our true American values.
Very much. As Kamala Harris takes that stage, Linsey, she will look out on a room of people wearing white in honor of this moment, Linsey.
All right, Jay O'Brien, our thanks to you. We'll, of course, check back in with you later on in the program. Outside of the United Center, protesters have been gathering every day, including an overnight sit-in, calling for the end of the war in Gaza. Our Matt Gutman has been out there all week, joins us now. Matt, give us a temperature check of what you're seeing.
It's the last night inside the United Center and sort of the final lap for the protesters out here. And you just mentioned it, they've been out here night after night. You can see there are about probably a few thousand here in attendance tonight. These are the diehards. And there is no doubt, Linsey, that Kamala Harris's nomination has taken some of the wind out of the sails of this movement. Organizers have said that the numbers are probably greater than there have been. Thousands of people have turned out, but it has not been as testy, as ferocious as some people expected. And there's been a fair bit of coordination between the vast of law that we've seen out here. Hundreds and hundreds of police officers on foot, on bicycles, and the organizers here. And these protests have largely gone without incident. You can probably see some of the posters here. This is what they're asking for: an end to the U.S. military aid to Israel, the imposition of an immediate ceasefire. But you can hear that these people are riled up. They are single-issue voters at this point, and what matters to these folks most right now is Gaza, Linsey.
Now, uncommitted delegates have been demanding the DNC allow a Palestinian American to address the convention. That has not happened. This is a final night. What are they saying will happen next?
It doesn't look like it's going to happen, Linsey. They've been sitting outside the convention center, right where you are, just feet away, waiting, trying to talk to members of Congress and the DNC, but they've been shut down. They're saying that if the family of a hostage, Hirsch Goldberg-Pollen, his parents Rachel and John, so emotionally addressed the convention last night and then spoke to you right after. If they have a chance to speak, there should be parity. There should be a Palestinian American or an Arab American given the opportunity to address the DNC. And in fact, people like Rachel and John Goldberg-Pollen have said, yes, absolutely, this is not binary. Why not? They have not been given that opportunity. You can hear the enthusiasm here. And their supporters are saying that it is a miss for the DNC, a missed opportunity to allow some sort of parity and change the tone from what we've seen from the Biden administration to the Harris administration. Linsey.
All right, Matt Gutman, thank you so much, Matt. We can hear a lot of angst out there in the protesters' voice. Do want to point your attention to the stage there. We have Minority Whip Catherine Clark right now addressing the delegates. And we did earlier catch up with Pete Buttigieg, Transportation Secretary, about everything he's seen this week and what he's watching for in tonight's speech and the 75 days until the election. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Obviously, a big night at crescendos here with Kamala Harris accepting the nomination. as the Democratic President of the United States. What are you expecting to hear from her tonight?
Well, I think she's going to lay out a vision for the future of this country. She's going to remind Americans of the difference between what the future will look like with a president like her who is focused on all of us versus going backwards in time to a president like Donald Trump who is focused only on himself. I also think there's going to be enormous energy here in the hall and around the country, and I'm hoping that energy will be something we can bottle up, because she will likely also remind us that this is an underdog campaign in many ways, that it's a race against time, that we're going to have to earn every vote and every inch of ground. And I imagine, based on how she's been reminding all of our party to think about that, that she's going to call on us to bottle up that energy, take it with us, and get the hard work done over the next 11 weeks or so.
As Transportation Secretary, you've obviously worked with her closely for the last 3.5 years. What would you be able to tell us about her leadership style?
Well, even though being here, I can't speak as in the capacity of my federal job, what I can say is I've come to know her personally, working with her and seeing her on the trail. She is smart, she is focused. I think those same attributes that made her a very effective prosecutor and a very effective vice president are going to make her a very effective president. I think back to when I had the privilege of participating in her debate preparations to get ready for debating Mike Pence, always challenging us as we were kicking around ideas and laying out statistics and proposals and ideas she might want to talk about in the debate, always challenging us to take it back to how everyday people are going to be affected by it. And that's the kind of focus that I think we really need in the White House right now, especially with everything Americans are still up against, the struggle against rising costs, the questions over what our future is going to be like. We need that kind of discipline as well as her remarkable intellect.
Part of this convention has been about getting to know her as a person, not the politician. Do you have an anecdote that you might be able to share that speaks to a personal side of Kamala Harris?
You know, one of the most moving moments that I've experienced was when Chasten and I were sworn in to my current position. She did the honors. She swore us in, and just as we were about to go, and who knows how many people she was swearing in that day. It was the middle of the early days of the administration. Things were moving so quickly. She pulled us both aside and just said, remember the moment here and take a second to be present for this, because otherwise it'll go by very quickly. And I'm so glad she did, because it allowed me to take a mental snapshot of everything that was happening in what was an enormous moment in our lives, and had a historic quality to it as well. And I just think that reflects that even in the midst of going through all kinds of official motions and going through very intense days as vice president, she wanted to engage people as humans.
Something similar that we heard her share with Tim Walz last night in the video, enjoy this moment. When you introduced yourself last night, you said, I'm Pete Buttigieg. You might recognize me from Fox News. As you know, there has been some criticism that in her now month running for president, that she hasn't done any interviews, that she hasn't had a press conference. Do you think that that's fair criticism?
I think she's going to engage the media a great deal. Obviously, in recent days and weeks, she's been focused on consolidating the party and preparing for the convention, but she's committed that she will have those engagements. And I think when we do, the difference that we're going to see is that in those interviews, she's actually going to tell the truth. Donald Trump tells so many lies and falsehoods in a given interview or media availability that it's not even newsworthy anymore. And I think people have almost gotten used to it, inured to it, which is not healthy. I mean, the fact that he claimed he was in a helicopter crash with Willie Brown, and that wasn't even something that gave most people pause, kind of tells you what we're at in terms of expectations on his side. I think when she engages with reporters more than just the individual one-off questions she's occasionally been answering on the trail, and holds some of those other engagements that she's committed to do, that'll be the big difference. One of the candidates, her, will be telling the truth.
Of course, you're a longtime Indiana resident, but now moved to the battleground state of Michigan. Knowing the voters, hearing what's a top-of-mind concern for them, what do you think that a Harris-Walz campaign will have to do in order to sway some of those undecideds?
Well, I think it's important for her to demonstrate the difference in economic focus, remind Michiganders and people across the country that the only economic policy promise that Donald Trump kept was the one about cutting taxes for the rich. He didn't bother to keep other promises he made, like 6% economic growth, or his promise to pass a big infrastructure bill, right? The Biden-Harris administration did that. Donald Trump failed to do that. So there's an economic message, and then there's this freedom message that is related to economic freedoms, but also related to the fact that the only other promise that Donald Trump kept was his promise to demolish the right to choose in this country. She is, of course, a defender of a woman's right to choose. Those issues, I think, are going to activate a lot of people in Michigan. Just after she became our candidate, Chasten and I went down to the field office nearest to our home in Michigan, felt an extraordinary amount of energy, and people really with those issues, among others, of course, but those issues really top of mind.
Secretary Buttigieg, thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
And still much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the Democratic National Convention. Tonight's theme, For Our Future. And right behind me, the program focusing now on the economy and student debt. One of the difficulties of creating economic policies, of course, is that everyone's needs are different. We travel to a key state in this next election to ask families about their challenges. That's up next, as well as more analysis and coverage on this day 4 of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago.
Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines, from southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news. Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu. Now streaming on Hulu.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
John Bon Jovi. The new special, what you have not yet seen. John Bon Jovi with Michael Strahan. Now streaming on Hulu. What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not a tear in it.
How important it made to USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismael?
David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do.
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Betrayal is one of the hardest types of trauma to overcome.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right. All of a sudden, I found this hidden folder. I opened it. I don't think I can say it. I'm sorry. It's shocking. My stomach just dropped. He just really didn't think I had it in me to do something. So I did.
Betrayal, a father's secret, the all-new season on Hulu.
They both want to be your next president. Now finally, Kamala Harris.
Do we believe in the promise of America?
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate, moderated by David Muir and Linsey Davis. Tuesday, September 10th, live on ABC and streaming on ABC News Live, Hulu, and Disney+. The ABC News presidential debate.
Welcome back, everyone. I want to take you down to the main stage where we're hearing from Mayor Leonardo Williams from Durham, North Carolina.
Loan from their father. So I'll tell you what we did. We emptied our savings, and in 2008, we launched Zweli's Kitchen, America's first Zimbabwean restaurant. And the Biden-Harris administration helped make that a reality. They helped make that dream come true for entrepreneurs like us. Now, thanks to small business grants and all of the help that we received from them, we now have 3 locations, and we employ nearly 30 employees with a living wage. But we are not alone. Under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, more than 500,000 business applications have been filed in North Carolina. Kamala Harris is fighting to create an opportunity economy.
As Durham's mayor just spoke about there, it may be about Kamala Harris tonight, but for many voters, it is all about the economy. It's one of the most important issues for voters time and time again, but economic policies and proposals aren't always a one-size-fits-all solution. Elizabeth Schulze visited 2 families in the key state of Pennsylvania and asked the same question: are you financially better off than you were 4 years ago?
We're just a small family of 3.
Do you want to put out some Cheez-Its?
We have probably seen a 30% increase in our grocery bill in the last 2 years.
Here in a deep red part of Pennsylvania, Ben McDuffie walks us through his family's monthly budget.
This is really down to the dollar.
Every dollar is meticulously monitored.
Just under $500 is what you have when you look at the budget left to spend every month.
Yeah.
Late last year, Ben lost his job working in financing for the auto industry.
Oh no, you got sent home.
He spent 3 months unemployed.
Any sense of how many jobs you applied for during those 3 months?
About 200.
Wow.
The job he landed at a local credit union in March was a $30,000 pay cut.
My wages in a full-time capacity should be able to support a basic level of life that I don't feel like we're able to do right now.
Frustrating.
Really frustrating.
Ben calls himself a Democrat, but isn't afraid to cross party lines.
I telephone campaigned in 2000 for John McCain, and I was excited about him.
In this election, he says all you have to do is look at his bills to understand. The economy is Democrats' biggest liability.
You are not living outside of your means. You and your wife have 2 jobs.
We both work full-time. We are not out wasting money. It shouldn't be this tight for how hard we work.
Our latest ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll shows more than 85% of adults rank the economy and inflation as highly important for their vote for president. By far the 2 highest ranking issues. And when it comes to handling the economy, former President Trump leads Vice President Harris by 9 points. It's a perception Harris knows she will need to reverse to win over voters in critical battleground states like Pennsylvania that could win her the presidency.
Costs are still too high. And on a deeper level, for too many people, no matter how much they work, it feels so hard to just be able to get ahead.
A handful of Biden-Harris administration policies have aimed to lower costs, from bringing insulin prices down to eliminating junk fees, a campaign the administration has turned into an attempt to ease American stress about high prices.
It was just one of the best days of my life. I'll never forget it.
3 hours southeast of Ben in Philadelphia.
Welcome to Winfield.
Catherine Gilmore Richardson says one single policy changed the financial calculus overnight for her family of 5.
We're packing up to go to school.
In October, her $102,000 in student loans
I received a Master's of Science in Administration.
Disappeared.
You sign into your account and what happens? You see the balance is 0?
I saw the balance was 0 and I said, let me refresh.
You didn't believe it.
I could not believe it.
As a city council member, Catherine qualified for the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program after President Biden made major reforms.
Thanks to the reforms, more than 700,000 borrowers have had their debts forgiven.
That's a good one.
For Catherine, the administration's fixes to the loan program didn't just get her account processed.
I'll be back. I gotta head out to work, okay?
Her husband and sister, who also work in the public sector, had their debts forgiven too.
Between the three of us, we have about $270,000 in student loans that were forgiven.
Wiped away.
Wiped away. More than $250,000.
Catherine knows her experience is rare. Only about 1 in 10 student loan borrowers have seen their debts canceled.
Critics will say, I had to pay my own debt. Why should you have yours forgiven?
I didn't come from a rich family, and we had to work hard to make our way in order to try to attain that dream and receive an education that would help us move on in our lives. And so I understand that not everyone's debt has been forgiven, but I think this is an important step in the right direction to closing the racial wealth gap.
She says she's hopeful a change in messenger about the economy from President Biden to Vice President Harris will help Democrats sell economic success stories like hers.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Harris faces a steep challenge. The typical American household is spending $905 more per month now compared to 3 years ago because of inflation. But on average, wages are up $1,073 per month during that time.
Wages have grown faster than inflation, but those are averages. And so there will be people, absolutely, for whom that is not true.
Dr. Shearholtz, if I could start with you, please.
Thank you very much. Chair Warren, Ranking Member Kennedy, other members of the subcommittee.
Heidi Shearholtz is the president of the Nonpartisan Economic Policy Institute. She says people notice a change in daily prices more than a change in their paycheck.
It's not front of mind when you get the big grocery bill, and that stings.
She points to how inflation has dramatically improved from its 9% peak in June 2022. But that doesn't mean prices are going down. They're just going up at a slower pace.
Even though people's wages have risen more than prices have risen, you still get sticker shock when you go to the grocery store.
For the first time, Catherine says she can afford one-on-one reading camp for her 2 youngest kids this summer.
We pushed her to get these scholarships.
And sending off her oldest daughter to college with everything she needs.
We often ask in polls, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
I am.
No hesitation.
No hesitation at all. I'm better off than I was 4 years ago.
Your answer to that question, are you better off compared to 4 years ago?
No, I'm not.
In a tale of two economies, Ben says he's not feeling any of the administration's economic policies. He'll still vote for Harris, begrudgingly, but he knows many voters like him will only have their bank accounts in mind come November.
The only thing that I think a lot of consumers feel is when they swipe their card at the gas pump, at the grocery store, buying back to school clothes, all of those items are more expensive than they were 4 years ago, and I think that's what resonates.
Important conversation. Our thanks to Elizabeth Schulze for that. I do want to point your attention to the stage where Senator Elizabeth Warren just brought to tears by the cheers that have erupted for quite a bit of time now. She hasn't even started yet, but she's about to start talking about the economy tonight. Of course, two-term senator from Massachusetts who did run for president herself back in 2020.
You know what I love best about Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris can't be bought, and she can't be bossed around. Now, I first met Kamala in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crash. The banks had flat out broken laws, cheated people, and stolen homes. Millions of Americans had lost their jobs, their savings, their homes. Now, I was setting up the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Go CFPB! Kamala was protecting families as California's Attorney General. You bet. And Donald was scamming students at Trump University and trying to make money off people losing their homes. Kamala Harris stepped up. She enforced the law, she fought the giant banks, and she delivered billions of dollars of help for families. And that is the difference between a criminal and a prosecutor. You know what else I love about Kamala? She gets it. We need to make life more affordable for working people. Yeah. Donald Trump, the felon, has no plans to lower costs for families. He doesn't know how, and basically, he doesn't really care. When did he ever fill up a gas tank or worry about a grocery bill? The only bills he worries about are from his criminal defense lawyers. But Kamala, she cares deep down, and she will take on the giant corporations that are squeezing American families. In fact, it's something she's done before. During the California wildfires, she went after the price gougers. During the pandemic, we worked together in the Senate to stop price gouging. And as president, she will lower costs for your family. She'll take on the Wall Street firms that buy up millions of houses and apartments and then jack up the rent. She'll take on drug companies that charge an arm and a leg for prescriptions. She'll take on corporate monopolies that rip off consumers and billionaires who don't pay taxes. And she'll take on right-wing extremists who think they should decide who has access to abortion or IVF. Kamala will protect abortion rights nationwide. Yeah. And there it is. Groceries, gas, housing, healthcare, taxes, abortion. Trust Donald Trump and JD Vance to look out for your family? Shoot, I wouldn't let those guys, I wouldn't trust them to move my couch. We need Kamala Harris. This election is about your family and your future. I've seen Kamala Harris fight. I've seen her win. And when it comes to our families and our futures, Kamala Harris is someone we can trust. So here it is, with joy in our hearts. Let's elect Kamala Harris the next president of the United States.
Senator Elizabeth Warren with a raucous applause from the crowd here in the United Center. Later today, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper is expected to hit that same stage and address the crowd. Earlier this week, we had a chance to speak with him about what he thinks could lead Harris to victory in the swing state this November. Governor, thank you so much for your time and joining us tonight. As you know, Barack Obama is the only presidential nominee who won successfully as a Democrat in North Carolina since Jimmy Carter in 1976. Why do you think it's so difficult for Democrats in your state?
Well, first, I have that 2008 feeling for us right now. North Carolina was a part of history in electing Barack Obama. I think the same thing is going to happen. Look, we're a very purple state. In 2020, North Carolina was Biden-Harris' closest loss, only 1.3%. So we believe that this time, the third fastest growing state in the country, demographics are changing. And the message that Kamala Harris has for working families versus the dark vision of Donald Trump is a real contrast. And we think that this time we can do it. We had 12,000 volunteers over the last couple of weeks, and 90% of them were first-time volunteers. So we know that Kamala Harris's campaign has excited a lot of people, particularly the young people who are going to be key to this race. We have a lot of statewide races in North Carolina that mean a lot. We have the most important governor's race in the country. My term will be ending at the end of the year, and Josh Stein will be running against an extreme right-wing Republican in Mark Robinson. We have several other races where Republicans have nominated extreme candidates. So there will be a lot of undercurrent that can float up, I think, and can help the Kamala Harris race, as well as Kamala Harris coming down to help some of the down ballot races. So it'll be a very interesting state to watch over the next couple of months, and I'm very positive right now.
You're, of course, a Democratic governor in this purple state, 16-0 record personally in North Carolina. Based on that, what kind of advice would you give to Harris Wall's ticket, and what in particular are North Carolina residents looking for?
Yeah, they already have, I think, the secret sauce. Meet people where they are. People are looking for those who can break through this partisan divide that seems to be pervasive throughout the country. And both Kamala Harris and Tim Walz understand what it takes to get major legislation through Congress in a bipartisan way. North Carolina's already benefiting from high-speed internet, from roads and bridges being built, from Medicaid expansion that came from a boost that the Biden-Harris campaign administration provided for us for mental health. We convinced the Republican legislature to expand Medicaid. All of those things, I think, will be very positive in their campaign. And I think that we'll be able to pick up more rural voters than normal because of all of the investments that have been made.
Of course, Kamala Harris unveiled her economic plan just last week. Part of that is a ban on price gouges at supermarkets. A number of economists have been critical of that plan. Donald Trump has called it outright communist, saying that it's going to lead to hunger and price gouging. What's your response to that criticism?
Well, first, she chose North Carolina to unveil this economic plan on last Friday. Both Kamala Harris and I served as state attorneys general. We served at the same time. We had price gouging laws in place during disasters, and one thing they did is they served as a deterrent for price gouging. I think the very idea that this legislation is being proposed will make the corporations that sometimes are putting money in their pockets versus passing savings on to consumers would pay attention to it. I think she's also showing working families that she is for them, that she understands that they're facing higher costs at the grocery store and for child care. She's a person that's always looked after working families. Donald Trump's a guy who's always ripped them off. And I think that that's a clear message that's going to be sent during these next 2 months before this election.
Give us a similar anecdote, if you don't mind. I know that you've known the vice president for about a decade or so now, since you were both attorneys general. What is something that we don't know about her as a person beyond the prosecutor or politician?
Well, we worked together on the largest consumer financial settlement in U.S. history. Right during the recession, the rigged home foreclosures that left so many families without a home, this bright light of their future was really dimmed by this broken system. She kept us out front, worked very hard, pushed it, but she also knew that she had to strike a deal in order to get money back for people. And behind the scenes, she was working on that, and not only knows how to be up front, being forceful, but understands details, understands the law. And as President of the United States, in order to get things done, as she and Joe Biden have done, she's going to have that kind of background, that her experience in the U.S. Senate, Tim Walz's experience in the United States House of Representatives can help them get things done for the people.
Governor Cooper, we thank you so much
Thank
for
you,
your time.
Brian.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Joining us now is former Senator and Democratic strategist Heidi Heitkamp and former Congressman and Republican strategist John Katko. John, let's start with you because former President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance have tried to deliver a tag team approach really to attacking Harris on crime and immigration today. Talk a little bit about that coordinated approach and if that message is a winning message for the campaign.
Well, I think they're on the attack, and the Democrats are talking positivity. And we'll see what resounds with the American public. But it sounds to me that the Democrats are hitting a more hopeful message right now. And I think Trump would do well to do the same. He's got a lot of arguments to make on his side of the aisle as to what happened over the last 4 years. And he seems to be stuck in attack mode instead of just prosecuting the case. And I think he would do better to do that. I'm not sure he's going to have the discipline to do that, though.
Heidi, considering that at Trump's urgency, basically to kill that bipartisan border bill, that Republicans were suggested, okay, we're not going to pass it, so they didn't. How do you think that message will resonate?
I think it works when Democrats start talking about proposing a solution, and I think it wouldn't work as well if James Langford, the senator from Oklahoma who led the effort on the Republican side, well-known, very, very religious, very conservative, cares a lot about this issue, and there's a certain level of trust that he would not give away the store. And the only reason it didn't pass and move forward was because Donald Trump said, no, this is too important to the campaign. If he was really concerned about the border, he would have said, go ahead, let's get it done. But, you know, this is politics, and whether they can tell that story to the American public in a way the American public believes that we had a solution and Donald Trump is the reason why this problem's not solved.
And John, we've been talking about the energy building here at the DNC, and now we're starting to see polling outside of the United Center that might point to the evolution of the Harris-Walz campaign. A new Gallup poll shows Americans' favorable rating of Harris jumped 13 percentage points since June. The vice president's job approval rating is now at 47%. What do you make of that growth, especially considering that a number of Republicans, at least at the RNC, had said they thought Kamala Harris would be easier to beat than Joe Biden?
Well, let's not forget, the polling suggested throughout this whole year that the negatives for Biden and for Trump were astronomically high, and that 2/3 of the people voting for Trump were anti-Biden and vice versa. You take one out of the equation, and what do you have? You have a whole new dynamic, and you have somebody who's a generation younger, and whether they know her policies yet or not, they may bring her back down to earth a bit when they figure out her policies. She's enjoying a tremendous bump, and the question is, can she sustain it going forward? But she absolutely changed the dynamic from Biden, and that is something that has a Trump campaign in serious trouble, I think, right now.
Michigan Congresswoman Slotkin right on the stage there. Heidi, your reaction to that growth that you've seen in the polls?
Well, I think you've got to temper it. This is still very close, and I would say an even race. And so, yes, she got a bounce. She got a chance to reintroduce herself from a campaign that didn't work well when she ran for president, and then, you know, some vice presidential ratings that were fairly low. And so now people are looking and they're saying, I want to know more about her. And they're opening it up. And I want to say this, the first major decision she's made is bringing Tim Walz to this campaign. Tim Walz, now out of the 4 major candidates, has the highest favorability rating.
Talk to us about his appeal, especially in the rural Midwest areas.
Well, you know, those are tough areas in campaigning for Democrats. But you know what? One of the reasons why they're tough is because they think Democrats are coastal elites. They are not, they don't understand us. Now we have somebody who's going to be in the seat of the White House who's from rural America, from a town of 400. And so if that identity is a signal that vote matters, that rural vote matters, it's going to energize rural Democrats for sure.
Heidi Heidkamp, John Katko, we thank you both so much, as always. So much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the Democratic National Convention, night 4 in Chicago, and it's all been leading up to this historic night. Vice President Kamala Harris accepting the Democratic nomination for president. Heidi, I see that big smile on your face as we had to break a look back at another historic DNC moment. Former President Barack Obama becoming the first black man to ever accept the nomination.
America, we cannot turn back. We cannot walk alone. At this moment, in this election, we must pledge once more to march into the future. Let us keep that promise, that American promise, and in the words of Scripture, hold firmly, without wavering, to the hope that we confess. I accept your nomination for presidency of the United States.
It was a regular day for 19-year-old Melissa Witt.
Something terrible had happened to her.
You had several suspects.
All these kinds of leads.
A known serial killer in your area. Could he be involved?
We're actually finding key evidence that could have slipped through the cracks.
Her last hours on this earth were horrific.
This beautiful young girl. Police will find out what happened.
At Wit's End, the hunt for a killer, only on Hulu. Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting. From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. With so much at stake in our world right now, more Americans turn here to David than anywhere else. And now, America's most trusted, most watched newscast, ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir, is available to you on YouTube.
GMA's surprised people across the country, helping find thousands in unclaimed money.
This really is a big check.
Yeah! And this summer, we're at it again.
That's incredible.
Because nothing's better than hearing you say,
Show me the money!
On Good Morning America.
They both want to be your next president. Now, finally, Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Kamala Harris.
Do we believe in the promise of America?
Face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate, moderated by David Muir and Linsey Davis. Tuesday, September 10th, live on ABC and streaming on ABC News Live, Hulu, and Disney+. The ABC News presidential debate.
Is that Taylor? All right, a little Taylor Swift lighten up the crowd here at the United Center. Welcome back to a special edition of ABC News Live Prime here at the Democratic National Convention. There have already been plenty of celebrity sightings, and there are sure to be some more tonight. Our Selena Wang caught up earlier with actress Charlie Ralph. Listen to what she had to say.
Exactly a month and a day ago, we were all anxious. We were all depressed. We were all suffering. We were all pulling out our hair. Oh, my God, what's going to happen? And then what happened? Boom! God said, I got a new plan for you, and here it is. So that's what we are in. I'm hopeful.
Charlie Ralph right there. ABC News contributor Mike Muse in the house to join us now to talk more about the culture and diversity that we're seeing here. Mike, all right.
What's happening, Linsey?
We hear the song.
I know.
There's a lot of speculation only, that Taylor Swift may be in Chicago, that Beyonce may be in Chicago. You have your sources. What can we expect?
Linsey in America, we're cracking up because there's so much energy in this arena right now, and the rumor mill is a buzz. So when we heard Shake It Off, we all look like, is Taylor coming out? That's how much edge that we're on right now, is it her? We're all texting our sources right now. Are you here? Give me a wink. Give me a sign. So I'm waiting for the wink and the sign.
What does it mean to have the star power if the likes of a Beyonce or a Taylor Swift were to come out tonight? Could that potentially backfire on the Democrats?
I don't think it can backfire the Democrats. What's interesting about Taylor and Beyonce is I call them the fourth quarter get-out-the-vote team. They usually come in a couple of weeks out before election, reminding people that election is coming, please exercise their right to vote. So for them to come in this early, it's outside of the pattern of them. I don't think it would backfire any negativity, but it would do, Linsey, is it would create more momentum. And as you know, you talk about this all the time, candidates, whether Republican or Democrat, coming out of the convention, they get a bump in the polls and they get a bump in fundraising. That's natural. So if you're coming out and you have like a Taylor or Beyonce, you're definitely, I don't get a bump in polls, but you'll get a bump in energy and momentum that isn't captured in the polls, that translate to volunteers, that translate to people signing up to register to vote, and also too for donations.
Reverend Al Sharpton, of course, there on the stage. My thought with the backfire, there are some people who have said, oh, yeah, they have the entertainers, they have the elites, you know, they've got a lot of smoke and mirrors. But do you think that there is a way to actually move the needle if you have somebody who has so much, of course, you talked about the energy, but if somebody were to come of a big name status to an event like this, where they're clearly not just saying, hey, go out and vote, but they're saying, I'm supporting her, or I'm supporting him, conversely, does that have the potential to move the needle?
It does, because it's the way that they're being strategically used. They are about creating energy and dynamics. I don't think, Linsey, this election necessarily is about policy. Now that's counterintuitive on a news network that we're talking about. But when you really talk to the voters, when you really talk to people, this election is about how do the candidates make me feel, right? Do I want to lead with inspiration, or do I want to lead out of fear? And then that is the binary choice and selection that is being asked of
We have 30
today.
seconds. I can't let you go. I can't let you go without asking you, black woman on the ticket, black and South Asian, what does this moment mean?
It is historic. It's historic because we've seen so many firsts with the first black president with Barack Obama. We saw it with the first woman nominee of a major party with Secretary Hillary Clinton. To see the first black woman nominee and the first AAPI nominee, it's living history. And if we are at this point now where his history is becoming normalized, historic feats are becoming normalized, firsts are becoming normalized.
Mike Muse, very well said. Our thanks to you. Still much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the Democratic National Convention. We have much more context and analysis. Day 4, the final night of this, the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Stay with us.
Let's go.
The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, dead ahead. Hang on!
We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer. It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different. If you could have the Brat Pack name not exist, would you?
I hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
Andrew? I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it. Not a tear in it. How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David.
Good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Well,
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning. To catch you up with what happened overnight. Police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We are coming to you live from Chicago for this, the final night of the Democratic National Convention. In just a little while, Vice President Kamala Harris will accept the Democratic nomination for president, becoming the first Black and South Asian woman to be at the top of any party's ticket. Harris has often repeated the advice from her late mother: you don't let people tell you who you are, you tell them who you are. And tonight, we can expect she will be doing just that, telling America who she is. Harris becoming the most powerful woman in the Democratic Party tonight. But now we're joined by a very powerful woman herself, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi. Thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
We're talking about power here. Both of you really started your political careers in the San Francisco Bay Area.
Right.
Now arguably two of the most powerful women in American politics. What is it about Kamala Harris that you think makes her right for this time?
Oh, I think it's, I love the fact that we're going to have a woman of color to be president of the United States. But what is important is that we have the best person to be president of the United States. It's icing on the cake that she has that beautiful diversity. I know her well for a long time. Kamala Harris is a person of deep faith. And that is reflected in her community care and actions. That's personally. Officially, she's strong in terms of her knowledge of policy and her strategic thinking and her eloquence in expressing it, as we see with a woman's right to choose and so many other issues. Politically, she is very astute. She has won difficult races to get where she is now. So, but personally, officially, policy-wise, politically, she will be able to lead us to victory.
I know you said a moment ago that it's about the right person.
Yes.
But as a woman, what does it mean for you to see a woman at the top of the ticket once again?
I get emotional about it, but I have to think about what it means to America's working families. Elections are about the future, and I think that America is ready for a woman president, especially one who is the best qualified person to be president. But it all comes down to the kitchen table. What is it that she means in people's lives, whether it's affordability of health care, of housing, of just daily costs, about the security of their jobs and their pensions, the education and child care of their children. I think it's very, very important for people to hear what she is going to do about it. And the first thing they hear is that she is here for them.
Many people say that you are key in leading to the events that caused this moment to happen. You've said with regards to President Biden that we did not have a campaign that was on the path to victory. Members knew that in their districts. As you know, there was a short time when Americans were banding about a number of different options for people to potentially replace Biden once he did decide to step aside. What made you, within 24 hours, endorse Kamala Harris?
Well, for what I said before, she's politically astute. She is really ready to lead. The president made that, as he said, he made his decision. No one knew. He made the decision. And we thought if and when he did, there would be more of an open process. But he endorsed Kamala, and right away, politically astute person that she is, she wrapped it up. And when she wrapped it up, I endorsed her.
Central Park 5 on the stage right now, talking to the delegates here. You've known Joe Biden for more than 50 years. People have long said that you all have a close relationship. Was there at any point, once you started seeing the momentum potentially swinging away from him after the debate, where you felt personally like you might have to choose between your country and friendship?
Well, I think that he made the decision for country. He said, I love being president, but I love my country more. And he made that decision. I think it's very important to recognize the seriousness of a possible presidency of the former president. Donald Trump would be very dangerous in every aspect of our civic, social, political, economic life, and damage to our democracy. And that was the decision.
Can you share with us the last time you talked with the president?
No.
Do you think that the relationship will be able to be healed?
Well, I hope so. But what's important now is as we go forward, there's a big sacrifice here, a personal selflessness on the part of the president. Now it behooves us to win this election, to own the ground with our organization, be unifying in our message, have the resources to get the job done, not waste any time or anything, and not have any regrets that we could have done something more. So now it's onward to the future and a success. And I get emotional thinking of a woman being there, but I get very, very happy about the prospect for what it means to America's working families. My whole politics has always been about the children, and I'm happy for the children.
In your book, The Art of Power, you talked about how if Hillary Clinton had won in 2016, you would have walked away from Congress.
Yeah.
What keeps you there today?
Well, to win this election, to have a majority for the House Democrats, we have to win the White House, win the House, win the Senate, and be able to do some of the things we're on a path to do before. Joe Biden has a record that is so prestigious and so successful for a short period of time, the first 2 years, really getting most of it legislated, but executing it in the next 2 years. And so we want to save his legacy, which is a valuable one, but part of his legacy is what do we do next for the children, for the families, for the kitchen table, America's working families.
I don't know if you got a chance to hear it during your introduction last night. They referred to you as the mother of dragons. Of course, a nod to a very powerful woman in Game of Thrones. Fitting description?
Well, I don't know, but I do know that people all over the country, all over the world have said to me, you're the most powerful woman in American politics. And I'm saying now, and I'm so happy to be relinquishing that title very, very soon.
Nancy Pelosi, we thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you joining us tonight. And joining us once again is senior congressional correspondent Rachel Scott. And Rachel, we just saw Reverend Al Sharpton along with 4 of the Central Park 5 at the podium. To remind viewers, 5 black teens were convicted of raping a woman in Central Park in 1989. They served more than a decade before their convictions were ultimately vacated. Explain why we're hearing from them again tonight, Rachel.
Yeah, and you can hear the crowd right now. You can almost hear a pin drop, but they were just chanting, see us, see us, see us. It's very notable that these men are on the stage right now as former President Donald Trump is trying to make inroads, especially with black male voters. So the Central Park 5, who were wrongfully convicted, Donald Trump took out ads in the New York Times calling for them to be executed. They are saying that he's going to send the country on the wrong path. And so they're here making a plea to this crowd, to the nation, to stand with them, to march with them, to vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. Lindsay.
And Rachel, a short time ago, the convention had a large graphic up that said, choose security. And Representative Jason Crow was citing several parts of the Project 2025 plan. Donald Trump often says Republicans are the party of peace and security. Explain how Democrats are trying to push back on that.
Yeah, they really are, Lindsay. And Donald Trump and his campaign have tried to create a lot of distance between themselves and Project 2025. But Democrats here at the Democratic National Convention keep hammering Trump on that issue, especially when it comes to security. Republicans say that they are the party of law and order. Tonight, what you are going to hear, in addition to what you heard from Crow, is also from people that were impacted by January 6th. The brother of Brian Sicknick, who was killed after January 6th. Also Adam Kinzinger, who obviously a Republican who came out against former President Donald Trump because of his actions on January 6th. Very notable for him especially. He voted with Trump about 90% of the time while he was in Congress, but he believes that Donald Trump poses a threat to democracy, Lindsay.
And Rachel, you touched on this earlier. This convention isn't merely about trumpeting the top of the ticket. It's also about winning those down ballot races, getting control of Congress. How is the convention trying to achieve this?
With very notable speakers from those key states. So you have Governor Cooper from North Carolina, a state that Donald Trump believes he really needs to win in order to clinch the White House. You were also going to hear from Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer as well, and Senator Mark Kelly from the critical state of Arizona, where former President Donald Trump was just today. Getting people to turn out in those states and those critical battlegrounds is going to be absolutely pivotal for Vice President Kamala Harris. It could ultimately decide this election in November. Lindsay.
And later tonight, we'll hear from politicians who are in the running to be Harris's VP pick. Why might we be hearing from Senator Mark Kelly and Governors Whitmer and Cooper all in one period of about an hour?
The goal here, Lindsay, is unity, unity, unity. They want to unite the Democratic Party going forward. Vice President Kamala Harris doesn't really have the luxury of time here, right? President Biden dropped out of the race. She's only been a candidate for a little over a month. They have just about 75 days to go until the election. This is not a marathon. This is a full-blown sprint. And so now it's time to put all of that personal feelings aside about who was selected to be the vice presidential running mate in this race and ultimately unite. That is the goal here. That's the message from the Democratic Party, in addition to joy and freedom, two things we just keep hearing over and over again tonight, Lindsay.
Well, we certainly do. All right, Rachel Scott, our thanks to you as always. And happening right now outside of the United Center, hundreds of protesters are calling for an end to the war in Gaza. Our Matt Gutman has been out there all week long as these demonstrations have continued. He joins us now. Matt, what's happening right now?
Lindsay, there's been a certain choreography to these marches day after day. Several thousand pro-Palestinian marchers. You see these marshals linked Arm in Arm. They're essentially here to ensure that it doesn't get out of hand. Behind them, a couple of thousand people, and you can see the banners. So much talk about hope in that hall about 300 yards to my left. You may be able to see it through the trees. But this group tells me that they have lost hope in Kamala Harris. You've heard chants of Killer Kamala and Genocide Joe. They make no distinction between the two here, but they are eager to hear what she might say about the Israel-Gaza conflict tonight. A lot of open ears still, despite everything that's happened. This is set to continue for a while, and I'm just going to turn it around and make one more note about the choreography. Every single protest that we've seen, the superintendent of the Chicago police, Larry Snelling, you can see him right up there, has been present, leading the pack of his officers. And you can see at the far end a very thick line of riot police. They're also flanking us to our left, preventing the protesters from getting into this park. But this is the last night of it. They hope that they can be heard. They're not sure that they will be heard, though, in that convention hall where you are, Lindsay.
Yeah, still unclear. All right, Matt Gutman, our thanks to you. This night certainly is about Kamala Harris as she prepares to accept the nomination for president. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump is counter-programming the convention with a trip to the southern border to try to draw attention to immigration.
With your vote, we will seal the border, stop the invasion, and launch the largest deportation effort in American history.
ABC's Maria Villarreal has more from Arizona.
Linsey, it was definitely a hot one here along the Arizona-Mexico border. The president, the former president, spoke for over an hour. And while he started on immigration, he shifted into talking about jobs, about gas and oil, about the DNC, and then also about Kamala Harris and her record. He expected to see her tonight. He said lying about a lot of different things and about him. And then obviously he took questions from us in the press. We were able to get a question in about border security. You know, we've talked a lot about what is the plan if the former president were to get elected in November, that we hadn't heard details. Today, he laid a lot of that information out. He talked a lot about the punishment phase. What would happen if you were caught coming into the United States and not through legal ports of entry? You know, what would happen if you were caught child trafficking? You would spend, you know, your life in prison. So we asked, how exactly are you going to get that passed? What would be the plan to make sure that people were on board and came to the table to talk to you about this? We also referenced the border security bill that was killed back in the December-January timeframe and why he didn't support that. He talked about the fact that Biden didn't need that security bill, that he could have moved forward, that he could have shut down the border without that kind of a compromise, and that's exactly how he would get things done if he is elected. Later on tonight, he is going to Las Vegas, and then tomorrow he will be in Glendale, Arizona, more than likely, talking about these same things tomorrow as well. Linsey.
All right, Maria, thank you. Still much more to get to on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the Democratic National Convention. As Democrats have displayed their platform, our group of undecided voters have been watching. We'll talk to them about what's most important to them this upcoming election. That's coming up next, as well as more analysis and coverage of night 4 of the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago.
Good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara, Ginger.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different. If you could have the Brat Pack name not exist, would you?
I hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
Andrew? I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985, I think we could have.
It was a regular day for 19-year-old Melissa Witt.
Something terrible had happened to her.
We're actually finding key evidence that could have slipped through the cracks.
Police will find out what happened.
At Wit's End, The Hunt for a Killer, only on Hulu.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
They both want to be your next president. Now, finally, Kamala Harris.
Do we believe in the promise of America?
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face. Historic. The ABC News presidential debate, moderated by David Muir and Linsey Davis. Tuesday, September 10th, live on ABC and streaming on ABC News Live, Hulu, and Disney+. The ABC News presidential debate.
Reporting from the 2024 Democratic Convention in Chicago, I'm Jay O'Brien. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Day 4 of the Democratic National Convention. During the Republican National Convention, we interviewed a group of undecided voters. ABC's Juju Chang talked again to some of them, along with new faces, about where they stand now.
I want to thank our panel for joining us virtually. Now, whether you're leaning Republican or Democrat, you're all from key states, and you represent crucial undecided swing voters. So the calculus of this race, we all know, changed dramatically when Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee. Raise your hands, if you will, if that change in candidate changed your decision. No hands raised. Oh, a little bit of a hand raised, Zach. Do you want to give us a sense of why?
Sure. Yeah, I was going to say, so
For me, I was going to say I had been leaning towards Trump for a while, based upon what I had seen, post the assassination attempt, and also just based upon some of my initial leanings. I lean a little bit conservative to begin with, and then as we moved towards the convention, I also wasn't satisfied necessarily with Biden as a nominee either. I felt that he was a little bit too old for the position. And so when Harris took over, I feel like I sort of moved a little bit towards that direction. Not to say that I'm not still undecided, but I'm kind of moving in that direction.
Interesting. I was watching you, Ivania. You're from Charlotte, North Carolina. You're a single mom raising 2 kids. I know the economy, 1 kid. Do you think you're more moved on the economic issues that are being discussed at the Democratic National Convention, or, as Oprah Winfrey said from the podium, a matter of character and decency being on the ballot?
I definitely lean toward the economic side and just what can we see done in terms of grocery prices, rent prices, home prices. Like I'm 28 years old, and there's literally, for me, I don't see the sight with where I am now that'll be a opportunity for me to be a homeowner in the next 5 years if things keep raising.
Now, Rebecca Baker, let me draw you in. You're a nurse from Grand Haven, Michigan. Has the Biden administration's June executive order and the drastic reduction in illegal border crossings impacted your thoughts on immigration? And I saw you nodding about the DNC as well. Has that moved you?
It hasn't really moved me. I feel Kamala Harris was part of that administration move where the border just fell apart. That being said, though, the Republican Party totally disbanded and totally just disassociated themselves with trying to come up with a solution. So I think they shot themselves in the foot. But I think it does go concert hand in hand with a leader who does have character and does have integrity and does have decency in that office, because that's going to instill trust in the constituents, and that will build a stronger economy. It will build a stronger border practice.
I just want to draw Remarcus Steele in from Atlanta. He hasn't had a chance to speak yet. Kamala Harris, as you know, has promised, if elected, her administration will offer first-time home buyers $25,000 in down payment assistance. There are lots of other economic policies aimed at the middle class or those reaching for the middle class. Remarcus, do any of those issues resonate with you? And I saw you go, I'm not watching so much the DNC. I think that's sort of in line with a lot of Americans, too.
Right. I think that a part of one of the main reasons why I don't watch it so much is just because I want to focus more on Cornell, more on Robert, and more on Jill, so that I can make sure that I actually see what it is that they stand for with their parties. And then also with me being a first-time home buyer as well in the near future, those do resonate with me. But they sound a lot less appetizing because I feel like every single president that runs for president has an initiative that they don't follow up on, and that just leaves a kind of disdain with everybody when that comes about.
So you're referring to Cornell West and Bobby Kennedy Jr. and Jill Stein, yeah? The other candidates. Bobby, you're in McLean, Virginia, Bobby Kilberg, and you're also a former White House advisor to several Republican presidents, but you're not a Trump supporter, you said. Is there, I mean, there have been plenty of Republicans speaking from the stage at the Democratic National Convention this week. Has there been anything that Democrats have offered this week that moves you closer as a Republican?
Closer to what? To voting for Harris or to continuing my opposition to Trump? No, not yet, other than the exuberance and the obvious energy. But I do think the speech that hit me the most was Oprah Winfrey's speech, and that values and character will matter most to undecided voters. Decency and respect for the rule of law and democracy are key. We're not a nation of dark grievances, constant grudges, and retribution. That's not us. But we are a center nation, and left-wing positions will lose me, period. So I am still very much an undecided voter.
We have very short time left, and I want to hear one last time from each of you. What's the one thing you would want to hear between now and November that might sway your vote? Bobby, let's start with you.
One thing, a centrist economic policy, a robust foreign policy, strong continued support for Israel, and empathy, the feeling that somebody really cares about all of us, not just about himself.
Ivania, what will get you off the fence? One thing.
One thing I think that would make the biggest difference for me is to stand with the fact, or to acknowledge the fact that we are witnessing a genocide right now in other countries, and that the support for, we've seen just in the past 2 years, Ukraine and Russia and Israel and Gaza. And I feel like if we were looking at the two, we were to compare them, that there's no actual sense being made of why we would support Ukraine but not support Palestine.
And Zach, the one thing.
So, one thing. I was going to say, I'll tell you one for each. So the Trump-Vance ticket, what I have to see there is less of the insults and more of a focus on what policies are going to really impact Americans and make lives better for Americans. For the Harris-Walz ticket, I think they need to show me that they can move a little bit towards the center. And I think that not support too many policies that are a little bit too far to the left. I need to see a movement towards the center for them.
Very interesting. And Ramarcus, bring us home. Your one thing.
I was watching the old debate with Ross Perot, and I really liked his approach to coming in as a politician from not being a politician, and that was to stop the mudslinging and be more focused on issues and actually be a doer instead of a talker.
I think, Ramarcus, everyone wants to vote for you. They all agree. Stop the mudslinging. There was a lot of nodding of heads. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate your insights. Thank you, guys.
And Juju, we thank you for that conversation. Now I want to go back live to the stage where you have Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland.
Kamala Harris. I know her record. She held polluters accountable for spilling oil into the San Francisco Bay. She defended President Obama's Clean Power Plan in court. And as Vice President, she cast the tie-breaking vote for the most ambitious climate action plan in our nation's history. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz will fight for a future where we all have clean air, clean water, and healthy communities. Let me go back to the lesson I learned in the desert Southwest. We all have a role in protecting our Earth for future generations. So let's all be fierce, and let's make Kamala Harris the next President of the United States. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Secretary Deb Haaland, the emphasis of this portion of the evening at this point on climate change. Still much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the Democratic National Convention. Vice President Kamala Harris will accept the nomination tonight. Certainly a historic moment in many ways, including being only the second time a woman has ever done it. As we had to break a look back at the first time Hillary Clinton accepting the nomination in 2016.
Stronger together is not just a lesson from our history. It's not just a slogan for our campaign. It's a guiding principle for the country we've always been and the future we're going to build. And so, my friends, it is with humility, determination, and boundless confidence in America's promise that I accept your nomination for President of the United States.
Let's go. The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, dead ahead. Hang on!
We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer. It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
I'm really sorry that article had to come out.
I just remember seeing that cover and thinking, oh. So I thought it might be interesting to try and contact everyone who is in the Brat Pack. You were not interested in talking about the Brat Pack.
I turned everything down.
How come you're talking to me?
Because it was time that we clear the air on a couple of things.
Whoa. I hated the Brat Pack for decades.
What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
We're afraid we were brats, you know?
Andrew?
I mean, I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium. There were moments.
We could have. 1985, I think we could have.
Welcome back to this, the final night of the Democratic National Convention. The economy, guns, climate change, and much more all in focus for Democrats tonight is the big moment when Kamala Harris officially accepts the nomination for president not too far from now. ABC's Terry Moran is on the floor for it all. Terry, it feels like another electric night down there on the floor. What are delegates saying about tonight? Remarkable, just 31 days since Joe Biden announced that he was stepping aside.
Yeah, the world's changed in those 31 days, hasn't it? So is the Democratic Party. It's electric down here, right? All this white that you see, and people almost on edge. That always happens on the last night of a convention. It's the big night, the night their nominee gets to speak. But there's something else going on here. You know, those 31 days, a lot of the delegates who don't know Kamala Harris really that well. No primaries to test her, nothing like that. The vice president doesn't get a lot of publicity. And so there's this anticipation and this hope that you can, you know, make it happen for them. Talk about what happened, what this party has done. I think they're still shocked by the fact that they turned on a dime, completely changed nominees with just a few weeks left in the campaign, united around the new nominee, surge of emotion and enthusiasm, and they're hoping she can stick the landing.
And it is now night 4 again of this convention. Is there any sense national Democrats have successfully contrasted Kamala Harris with Donald Trump as we get into this sprint now to Election Day?
Yeah, obviously, Linsey, there is a natural contrast between Donald Trump and any Democrat. But I think they're really happy here. I know they're really happy here because I hear it. With the contrast that the younger, the fresher face, Kamala Harris, she's nationally known, but compared with Trump and Biden, she's tomorrow, they hope. And they hope that voters will sense that. That's part of the message here, that new way forward slogan that you'll hear in her speech quite a bit tonight is about inviting America to turn the page on a decade of politics that seemed to make almost everyone unhappy. That's the joyful theme you'll hear as well. They're hoping that the country will get that. A lot of people want to hear a lot more specifics from her, but I'm hearing really she's going to introduce who she is and try to emphasize that contrast between yesterday and tomorrow.
You know, I have to say, just looking around the room, you do see a lot of white. We heard from Jay O'Brien about that earlier today, kind of a nod to women's suffragist movement. Oh, I'm sorry, actually, Terry, if you'll hang out with us, we're going to go to the stage where Congressman Maxwell Frost, only 25 years old, just meeting the constitutional age requirement when he was elected in Florida.
Florida man, I'm here to tell you that the climate crisis isn't some far-off threat. It is here. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance think they can divide us by saying this crisis is some type of hoax. But I've walked the streets of communities that have been forced to rebuild after hurricane flooding destroyed their homes. I've heard the stories of immigrant farm workers made to work in horrid conditions exacerbated by this crisis. And I felt the scorching record heat and know that climate change can sometimes feel like an unstoppable force. But with our movement and with organizing and an administration that cares, we are making progress. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have proven that tackling this crisis creates jobs, that investing in clean energy protects our health, and that investing in mass public transit builds strong communities. And we must always remember that peace is essential to our climate and war destroys our environment. This election is about every drop of water that we consume and every breath we breathe. Fighting the climate crisis is patriotic. And unlike Donald Trump, our patriotism is more than some damn slogan on a hat. It's about actually giving a damn about the people who live in this country. Because when you love somebody, you want them to have clean air. When you love somebody, you want them to have safe drinking water. And when you love somebody, you want them to have a dignified job. And so, America, it's simple. Let's get to work and elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz for our planet, for our future, for our present, and for our people. God bless.
Only 25 years old. Congressman Maxwell Frost bringing the crowd here to the feet. The excitement certainly palpable in the building tonight as Vice President Kamala Harris prepares for this historic moment as the first Black and South Asian woman to accept the nomination of any major political party. Our Zareen Shah joins us once again. And let's begin there, Zareen. Take a moment to speak to the gravity of this moment, which will likely be an emotional one for many supporters here.
Emotional. Sorry, it's very loud behind me. I mean, no woman has ever shattered the highest and the hardest glass ceiling, and Kamala Harris potentially will do so if she wins this November. But aside from just winning, I mean, just this moment right now, as you said, there is no Black woman ever who has been the nominee for the Democratic Party, no South Asian person who has ever been the nominee. And you heard Reverend Al Sharpton talk about tonight how they fought so hard to get women out of the kitchen. Well, now he says a woman could be heading to the Oval Office. And you felt the emotion, Lindsay, when we saw Elizabeth Warren out there tonight. I mean, she came out. The standing ovation lasted for minutes. People were so emotional. And she became so emotional, too. I mean, perhaps this is a history that she wanted to make just a few years ago. Of course, she did not see that happen. But she talked about Kamala Harris and the potential history that she might make tonight.
And Zareen, you've been following Harris since her days in California. Tell us what you've learned about how she plans to approach this speech, and what's the buzz you're hearing from staffers?
So we actually have excerpts of her speech, Lindsay, and I think I was talking to you about this just a couple of weeks ago. We said, of course, she's going to mention her mother. She mentions her mother in nearly every single major speech. She'll be mentioning her mother tonight and how she worked hard after so many years, finally bought a home. You know, she's been talking a lot about the middle class lately, and she'll also talk about why she became a prosecutor. She's going to tell us a little bit about her story. And the reason she became a prosecutor, she says, is because she had a friend in high school. Her name was Wanda. Wanda, I've been in touch with her. She's actually in Chicago tonight. She'll be listening to that speech. And Harris says that Wanda was being sexually abused by her stepdad. And so Harris invited her to come to her house to stay with them. Her mother agreed at that point. And she'll tell a little bit about that story as well. She'll talk about Trump as well, Project 2025. And we'll see what else she says. But we've gotten a few of those excerpts already.
And finally, Zoreen, what are you learning about some people very close to Harris who are expected on the stage later?
Yeah, so actually, when we were listening to the sound checks earlier, Lindsay, there were 3 women who came on stage. One of them was Kamala Harris's niece, Mina Harris. You know, Kamala Harris helped raise Mina Harris back when she was born, back when she was a very, very young girl. And then her stepdaughter, Ella Emhoff, will also be on stage. Ella, of course, Doug Emhoff's daughter. Doug Emhoff talked about her in his speech a little bit earlier this week. He said how he saw Kamala Harris really concerned recently, and he didn't know if it was a global crisis or something to do with the campaign. And then he realized she was talking to his daughter about a problem that she had. And then the third person I know that for sure we'll see on stage tonight is her goddaughter. Her goddaughter is Helena Hudlin. We saw her mother, actually, Chrisette, on video just a bit ago, talking about Kamala Harris. Chrisette is responsible for introducing Doug and Kamala. Her goddaughter worked on the Senate campaign, helped Harris with that, and so we'll be seeing those three women on stage tonight.
All right, Zoreen Shah for us. Thanks so much, Zoreen. And do want to point out on the stage, Texas Congressman, he's actually running for Senate at this point, Colin Allred, addressing the delegates here. And from Terry on the floor to Zoreen and the rafters, our reporters are fanned out across the convention center. Want to bring back in our Jay O'Brien, who is still with the delegates on the floor there. Jay, what are delegates telling you about how they're feeling tonight? And talk to us about the significance of the white attire that so many people are wearing.
Lindsay, I got to tell you, we took a break from the floor. We're usually on the floor, but we're in the stands up here because we found a treat for you. So you talked about that sea of white that Kamala Harris will look out on when she takes that stage. And up here in this section will be some of her former sorority sisters. They're still here in this section here. They're all wearing white. You can see them there, part of the Divine Nine sorority. And look at them there. I want to bring in two of her sorority sisters who actually went to school with Vice President Harris. Your name, ma'am, and what you remember about Kamala Harris from school. Did you ever imagine she would take this stage tonight?
My name's Imelda Kramer Brown, and I absolutely knew she would be on this stage tonight.
What made you so sure?
Kamala came to Howard University. She was focused. She was a leader. She was academic. She was a community service woman. She was the American dream.
And I want to bring in this one right next to you, ma'am. Introduce yourself to our audience, please. And also, the historical significance of tonight, the historical significance of Kamala Harris's candidacy. What does it mean to you?
My name is Magdala Shube Hamilton. I was at the time Bacillus, or president of our chapter at Howard University. And this is extremely historical for us. It's very special. She is a woman of exceptional skills, talent, leadership. She honed those skills and talents at Howard University and throughout her life and her career. And we're just so happy and proud of her tonight. So we are just elated.
Is there any memory of hers very quickly that sticks out to you?
She was a leader. She was also a strategic thinker, a strategic planner. She was a person who brought people together, a negotiator, a natural negotiator. She found solutions amongst the challenges, and she was also committed. She was committed to the community, you know, in terms of our service projects, as well as projects out in the community. So we love her.
People that knew Kamala Harris when, Lindsay, watching her take that stage tonight in that historic moment.
Member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated there from Howard University, Jay O'Brien. Our thanks to you. Still much more to get to here on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the Democratic National Convention. Tonight's theme, For Our Future. Just a month ago, President Joe Biden stepped aside, throwing his support behind Vice President Harris. As we had to break, a look back at Biden accepting the nomination in 2020.
United, we can and will overcome this season of darkness in America. We'll choose hope over fear, facts over fiction, fairness over privilege. I'm a proud Democrat, and I'll be proud to carry the banner of our party into the general election. So it's with great honor and humility, I accept this nomination for President of the United States of America.
Everybody's jaw dropped. No one believed he was responsible.
I did not kill Devin.
I've never forgotten my interview with Anthony. Why have you decided to talk about this?
There's still an unsolved murder here.
2020, Friday night on ABC. Monday morning, what's better than starting your week off with GMA? Well, how about waking up with GMA, Selena, Steve, and Martin?
Great idea.
Monday, only on
Good morning, America.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So what happens when being obsessed with pop culture collides with being a mom? You get us. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
The countdown is on. Tuesday, September 3rd, The View's on the move into a new big season.
You never know what's going to happen here.
Right here on ABC.
They both want to be your next president. Now, finally, Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Kamala Harris.
Do we believe in the promise of America?
Face to face, historic. The ABC News presidential debate, moderated by David Muir and Linsey Davis. Tuesday, September 10th, live on ABC and streaming on ABC News Live, Hulu, and Disney+. The ABC News presidential debate.
Welcome back to a special edition of ABC News Live Prime at the Democratic National Convention. Tonight, all eyes are on Vice President Kamala Harris, who will take to the stage not too long from now. So how is the DNC impacting polling numbers, and where does the race stand now? For that, let's bring in 538 political podcast host Galen Drew. Galen, VP Harris is now up nationally by 3.4 percentage points. Break down the battleground states for us and where that stands.
Yeah, Linsey, I want to put that in perspective because at this time during the Republican National Convention, Biden was trailing Trump by 2.5 points. And across the battleground states, he was trailing Trump in every single one. Today, Harris leads Trump in every battleground state in 538's polling average, spare one, and that's Georgia. So across the upper Midwest, in states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, Harris leads by between 2 and 4 points. And in those southern battleground states across the Sun Belt, it's pretty close. Harris leads by a point or so in states like Arizona and Nevada, and it's pretty close to even in North Carolina, with of course, Trump leading just slightly in Georgia. So this race has really been turned on its head since that Republican National Convention.
And what about her favorability versus former President Trump's?
Yeah, so the remarkable change in this race hasn't just been in head-to-head polling between Harris and Trump. It's also been in Harris's own favorability. When Biden dropped out of the race about a month ago, Harris was net -16 favorability with Americans. So Americans had a more negative view of Harris than positive. Today, she's about even. And that may not seem all that good for a politician, but compare that to Donald Trump, who is net -10 with the American public. You know, politicians in general these days are just not all that popular. So to see Harris go from pretty down in favorability rating amongst the American public to now about even. And to put that in perspective with 2020, you know, Biden was about even with the American public on favorability when he won in 2020. And so what that tells us is that perceptions of Harris, while they may have been negative previously, were not all that dug in. They were relatively malleable. And she has done a lot of work, she and her campaign, to change perceptions about her. They've pivoted on a lot of issues. They've brought up themes like joy and freedom that have polled well with the American public. And those perceptions have actually changed.
And how do you think that this week's convention will actually impact the numbers for both campaigns?
That's the big question, ultimately, right? This is a big show, but will it actually change voters' perceptions? Historically, we do see a convention bounce for candidates. It's about 2 percentage points in the polls nationally, although that can fade relatively quickly once the news cycle moves on to other stories. And of course, there will be other stories. But I think there's 2 things that we have to think about that are specific to this convention, Linsey. One, like we mentioned, views of Harris were less dug in because she just hasn't been at the center of the national political scene like Biden or Trump has been for the past decade. And so maybe there's a possible more movement, more upside for Harris. The other thing is that we do have reporting that we expect RFK Jr. could drop out of the race tomorrow. And if he does endorse Trump, perhaps that mutes some of the advantage for Harris. But Linsey, we'll have to see.
We certainly will. All right, Galen Truk, our thanks to you as always. And be sure to check out our friends at 538 for the latest election data and analysis throughout the day, night, and in the coming days and weeks at their website, 538.com, or by simply scanning the QR code below. Republican strategist Reince Priebus and Democratic strategist Donna Brazile are joining us now. Donna, this is the big night. Got to just start right off with the magnitude of the moment.
I was thinking about it earlier today, and I started going back 60 years ago to Fannie Lou Hamer, who fought to get a seat at this Democratic table. But then I couldn't stop there. I went all the way back to that moment in 1920 for suffrage, when women decided to march for the right to vote. This has been
Ain't I a woman?
Ain't I a woman too, Sojourner Truth. But I ended up thinking about my nieces, thinking about my students, and I said, God, they never would have witnessed this moment had it not been for so many sheroes, so many women who were incredible leaders, who told their stories, but nobody paid attention to their leadership. So this is that moment we've been waiting for.
And Reince, what will Republicans be looking to hear from Harris, and will she be able to extend any olive branches?
Well, we'll see. I don't expect a lot of olive branches tonight. I think it's going to be a lot about Donald Trump. That's been the theme all week. But really, I think what people want to see is what she believes in. I mean, she rolled out one policy a couple weeks ago on price controls. It was...
Please welcome the Bills officials online.
Okay, we just lost Reince's mic, but Donna, I just want to get a sense from you. Of course, we keep hearing lots of eruptions in the audience, right? There are some expectations of some special surprises. Anything you might be able to tell us about who might be performing tonight?
Well, as you know, we've had so many great performances, but tonight belongs to the Vice President of the United States. Kamala Harris has been an incredible leader, and look at this convention. She's brought Republicans and Democrats together, independents, Oprah Winfrey. So we're excited that we're going to have some terrific entertainers tonight. But the most important thing is that we're going to see the Vice President of the United States not only accept the nomination, but outline her vision for the country.
All right, she's not giving us any secrets. Okay, appreciate it, Donna. We respect it. Reince, I think we have your mic back. Want to give you a chance to finish your first thought. You were talking about Kamala Harris unveiling her economic policy.
Yeah, I mean, so far the convention's been a lot about vibe, and vibe works in politics. It's all about how someone makes you feel, but eventually this race is going to come down to how the voters feel about their futures, and that's going to come down to inflation and gas and groceries. And the other thing, you had Galen on before talking about the polling. The reality is, yes, Kamala is doing better than Joe Biden. There's no doubt about it. But if you look at the state-by-state polling, you are essentially tied. You're tied in Wisconsin, tied in North Carolina. Trump is slightly ahead in Nevada, and she's made up ground in other battleground states. There's no doubt. But this is a jump ball. So as good as the Democrats feel this week, they're still dealing with a tied race, and that's where we're at today. Gravity will set in, and this will go down to the issues that matter to the American people.
Donna, switching gears here, as you know, there have been thousands of protesters here. There was a sit-in outside of United Center last night. People were demanding really, to have a Palestinian speaker. Do you think that this is a missed opportunity for the Democratic Party to not appear more inclusive?
Well, as you know, we had, coming into this convention 2 weeks ago, we had over 800 uncommitted delegates, many of them who believe that we should have a more balanced policy in the Middle East. The Vice President has been very clear about where the United States stand in terms of making sure we get the hostages home, making sure that we come up with a ceasefire deal that both sides agree to. We respect the right for every American to protest, but we also know that at this convention, we're all going to stand firm on what the future of the Middle East should look like. Look, I want to just address something. The economy is not where we want it to be, but it's a hell of a lot better than where it was when Donald Trump left office. As Bill Clinton said last night, and 58 million jobs over the last 30 years created by Democrats, only 2 million by Republicans. If there's one party that care about the American people, the middle class, lowering costs, ensuring success, building opportunity, it's the Democratic Party, and there's no question the Vice President will address that.
Reince, want to give you an opportunity to respond.
Yeah, it's not what the American people feel, though. I mean, when you poll people and say, who's better on the economy, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump is still winning by 20 points or more on that question. People don't feel that they're getting enough money for what they're working for. They don't feel like they're getting any relief at the gas pump or the grocery store. So Donna can keep talking all day long about how great the economy is, but it's not. And when Donald Trump left office, he was in the middle of COVID, and people are judging the Trump economy versus the Biden-Kamala Harris economy. And we got to say it over and over again. It's the Biden-Kamala Harris economy. He doesn't want to say that. Kamala doesn't want to say that. But Joe Biden was losing on the economy. He was losing on the border. He was losing almost across the board. And now Kamala Harris wants to act like she's had nothing to do with any of this.
Oh, that's not true. Kamala Harris understands that we got to create jobs for the middle class. We have to raise wages, lower prescription prices. And I want to just say this. You haven't seen that yet. We're going to continue to make progress for the American people. And thank you, Mr. Priebus, for being a part of our wonderful show. I hope to see you soon in Washington.
All right. Reince, Donna, we thank you both so much for joining us. As you can see, it is quite a party here in Chicago. Still much more to get to on this special edition of ABC News Live Prime, the Democratic National Convention. It's all been leading up to tonight when Vice President Kamala Harris will accept the nomination for president. Our team will break it all down for us. What's happening this week, what's happening tonight, and what you can expect later tonight.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different. If you could have the Brat Pack name not exist, would you? I hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
Andrew?
I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
Nightline, the stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu. Now streaming on Hulu.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
John Bon Jovi. The new special, what you have not yet seen. John Bon Jovi with Michael Strahan. Now streaming on Hulu. What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from...
Hi, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismael? David.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Reporting from the 2024 Democratic National Convention in Chicago, I'm Kira Phillips. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
This ain't Texas. Ain't no hold 'em. Hey, lay your cards down, 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 down. So pop your Lexus. Throw your keys out. Hey, slick on round, 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 round.
One more time, nice and loud.
And I'll be damned if I can't slow dance with you. Come pour some sugar on me.
Playing there here in the United Center. People excited about Beyonce, of course. Vice President Kamala Harris has been coming out to the stage to Beyonce's song Freedom. A lot of people banding about, is Beyonce here in town in Chicago tonight? Our special coverage here in Chicago continues. Hope you'll stay with us.
just what I want to be.
Now streaming on Hulu.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
John Bon Jovi. The new special, what you have not yet seen. John Bon Jovi with Michael Strahan. Now streaming on Hulu.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
Baywatch is a fantasy.
Baywatch was sexy.
Baywatch was the #1 show in the world. When you hear that theme song,
I had no idea how much fun I was going to have.
It was addicting. People were just eating that stuff alive.
it was a wild time, and I was a wild chick.
Jason Momoa exploded.
Carmen was a bombshell.
Pamela Anderson was an icon.
Pamela was this sweet girl from Canada who came to get the American dream.
I'm really proud of everything I've done. Almost.
Baywatch was a whirlwind of epic highs and bitter lows.
It was a lot of pressure.
Everybody was disposable, and if you didn't fit into their brand, you were gone.
Greed, lust, fame.
Everyone likes to watch sexy things.
If you were coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different. If you could have the Brat Pack name not exist, would you?
I hated the Brat Pack. What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
Andrew? I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium.
1985? I think we could have.
They both want to be your next president. Now finally, Kamala Harris.
Do we believe in the promise of America?
Donald Trump.
We will soon be a great nation again.
Face to face. Historic. The ABC News presidential debate, moderated by David Muir and Linsey Davis. Tuesday, September 10th, live on ABC and streaming on ABC News Live, Hulu, and Disney+. The ABC News presidential debate.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
We're still in a flash flood warning.
To catch you up with what happened overnight, police in riot gear arresting dozens of protesters.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
Check out the Gator on the 17th hole.
The buzzkill in baseball.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Tonight, the final night of the Democratic National Convention right here in Chicago. Vice President Kamala Harris making history. A short time from now, formally accepting her party's nomination, delivering what will be the most important speech of her political career, making the case to become President of the United States. Her message expected to lean in on her optimism and joyful view of the future of America. Election day just 75 days out. Our coverage of the race for president and the Democratic National Convention starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. Tonight.
Kamala Harris!
Kamala Harris! Kamala Harris!
Kamala Harris! Kamala Harris!
Kamala Harris!
And just moments from now, the vice president steps into the spotlight and makes history.
Together, we will chart a new way forward!
Kamala Harris, the biggest speech of her life, her vision, her plans for her presidency.
When we fight, we win.
It's her big night. The Democratic National Convention, live from Chicago. Now reporting, David Muir.
You're looking at live pictures of the United Center right here in Chicago. You can feel the energy on the floor on this night 4 of the convention. Good evening again, everyone, and thank you for joining us on this historic night, the 4th and final night of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Vice President Kamala Harris ready to formally accept the Democratic Party's nomination, the first black woman, the first Asian American to become a major party's presidential candidate. Vice President Harris taking the stage here at the United Center just a short time from now. The weight of this moment certainly not lost on her. President Biden making it possible when he withdrew from the race against Donald Trump just 1 month ago now, upending the race for the White House, re-energizing the Democratic Party in a way many did not see coming. Kamala Harris and running mate Governor Tim Walz closing the gap with former President Trump and running mate J.D. Vance in 1 month's time. Polls now showing the Harris-Walz ticket now leading in several key battleground states, though this race is still very close in a divided America. Just 24 hours ago here, Governor Walz introducing himself to America, sharing his personal story with the nation. Part of that story, his family, how he and his wife once struggled to start their own family. And the moment then seen by millions, his son Gus on his feet, wiping away tears, saying, "That's my dad." And in a presidential race that's already seen its share of major events, there could be another coming tomorrow. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. could potentially drop out of the race and possibly endorse Donald Trump. The Trump campaign now teasing a special guest at its rally in Arizona tomorrow. Then Vice President Harris and former President Trump are scheduled to meet in a presidential debate here on ABC in just 19 days. Tuesday, September 10th, 9 p.m. Linsey and I will be moderating. Let's go down to the floor now. The Chicks set to perform the national anthem here at the Democratic Convention. We're all going to stand here for the anthem, and then we'll join you in here in a moment.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Land of the free and the home of the brave.
The national anthem performed by the Chicks, as they're now called, once known as the Dixie Chicks. After George Floyd and the protests in this country, they dropped that part of the name, said it was only appropriate. They have been involved politically in the past, have caused some controversy along the way, or at least has faced the backlash of becoming politically involved. But they are here on night 4 of the Democratic National Convention. The Chicks kicking things off with the national anthem.
Please
I'm here
welcome
with our
Kerry
powerhouse
Washington.
political team on this night 4. A history-making night for sure. Linsey Davis, Kamala Harris will step onto that stage. And ironically, even though she's been vice president for 4 years, she's been on the national stage, she will reintroduce herself to America now that she's the top of the ticket.
She sure will. She has said the most important, influential person in her life has been her mother, Shamala, who, of course, named her Kamala, which means lotus, symbolizing wisdom. Of course, Kamala Harris also grew up with another Donald in her life, Donald Harris, a Jamaican immigrant. But she talks often about a quote that her mother would give, which was, don't tell people who you are, or don't let people tell you who you are. You tell them who you are. And I have a feeling that she's going to be doing that for the American people tonight. Of course, Joe Biden would often say that she was going to be the first person in the room, the last person in the room. And she said of that she was going to offer the perspective of a woman who grew up a black child in America, who was also a prosecutor, who also had a mother who arrived here at the age of 19 from India, who also likes hip hop. I got to tell you really really quickly, David, I had a chance to talk with Nancy Pelosi today, and she said, people from all over the world often say to me, you're the most powerful woman in American politics. And she said, I am very happy to be relinquishing that title very soon.
Yeah, this has been a passing of the torch convention. We have heard it just about every night here. Figures including Hillary Clinton, former President Bill Clinton, President Biden himself here. Everyone creating this moment for Kamala Harris. She is now the standard bearer of this Democratic Party. She will be up there on this stage tonight, Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent, and you've learned that she continues to sort of tweak this speech until the last minute.
I was told she spent the day reviewing and making revisions and tweaks to the speech by hand. Told to expect this to be deeply personal remarks. This is a chance for her to come out and tell her American story, to talk about that immigrant experience in this country. And she is going to say the middle class is where I come from. That is an argument that she wants to get across. Of course, she's going to talk about being a prosecutor as she now prosecutes the case against Donald Trump. And she is going to outline that vision of hope and optimism for the future. I think, a lot of people may wonder, why the need for the reintroduction? She was vice president. She was a candidate before. This is entirely different. And this is her chance to get out there on that stage and define herself for herself, to do this in her own voice. And one more thing, so much is being made of the history here tonight. What's different about Kamala Harris is that she has been the first at every step along the way in her career. That was true in San Francisco, true when she became the California district attorney, true when she became, the attorney general, and true, of course, when she became the vice president. It is not something that defines her, yet something that she has achieved that milestone every step along the way. And in just a short time, she's going to step out and become the first black woman, the first person of South Asian descent.
Her mother famously told her, you'll be the first to do things, but not the last, as she encouraged her. One thing, Mary, though, that you talk about is this leaning in on middle-class roots. You're seeing it in their campaigning. You're seeing it in their campaign ads. And you've heard Kamala Harris talk about her running mate, Governor Tim Walz, who got up here last night and leaned in on his middle-class roots. Kamala Harris has said, I was raised by a working mother, a single mother in Berkeley and in Oakland. And then she talked about not that different from a kid who grew up in Nebraska, in the plains, working in the farms, that they both come from very different backgrounds, but from middle-class backgrounds. And only in America, Kamala Harris is making the argument, only in America would Kamala Harris and Tim Walz be able to join from these middle-class roots and try to make it to the White House, John.
And what they have done, what the two of them have done in an absolutely remarkable way here in this convention, David, is they have unified a party that has not been unified. This Democratic, I've been covering Democratic conventions since 1992. I have never seen a convention more unified. When the amazing thing is just 5 weeks ago, when Joe Biden was still the candidate, we were expected to see a convention that was going to be deeply divided. Some people, major figures in this party, wanting Biden to be gone because of age, others upset with Israel policy.
On the floor, let's go to the floor and some of Kamala Harris's family.
What are you here to do?
To teach you how to say your auntie's name.
Okay, so how do you pronounce it?
First you say comma like a comma in a sentence. Then you say la like la 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 la.
Put it together and it's 1, 2, 3, Kamala. All right, so let's practice,
Everybody over here say comma. Everybody over here say la.
Together. For president!
There you have it, the resounding applause in the hall with help from the two beautiful faces that she calls her baby nieces, her great nieces, Amara and Leela. They are Mina Harris's daughters. Mina, of course, is the younger sister to Kamala Harris. Trying to help the nation pronounce Kamala Harris's name. Most of us had that down as vice president now for 4 years. Her opponent likes to purposely mispronounce the name, but they're making a point here tonight. And let's listen to the crowd here for a second.
Please welcome Mina Harris, Ella Emhoff, and Helen Hudlin.
Mina is Maya's daughter. Maya is her younger sister. Mina is now taking the stage with Emma, who was here the other night. Emma is the stepdaughter that Kamala Harris is now helping to raise.
I'm Mina.
I'm Ella.
And I'm Helena.
I grew up in Oakland, California.
in a house full of extraordinary women. My mom, my grandma, and my auntie, who showed me the meaning of service, helping her sister, a 17-year-old single mom, fighting for justice for the American people, and still cooking Sunday family dinner. She guided me, now she's guiding my own children, and I know she'll guide our country forward.
Kamala came into my life when I was 14. Famously a very easy time for a teenager. Like a lot of young people, I didn't always understand what I was feeling. But no matter what, Kamala was there for me. She was patient, caring, and always took me seriously. She's never stopped listening to me, and she's not gonna stop listening to all of us.
Kamala Harris is my godmother. To me, her advice means everything. Whether it's pursuing my passions, making an impact, or finding hope when the world doesn't feel so hopeful. She taught me that making a difference means giving your whole heart and taking action.
She's fighting for economic opportunity, LGBTQ+ equality, and reproductive freedom, because we are not going back.
She's fighting for social justice, health justice, environmental justice, and she isn't alone. We're all in this fight together.
So let's keep up the fight, let's keep up the joy.
And let's elect this extraordinary woman as our next president.
There you have it, the family making the case again tonight. We've seen this, Linsey, sort of the thread, the through line of the whole week, trying to introduce the nation to the personal side of Kamala Harris. That's her niece, who she helped raise, was pivotal in her life. Her stepdaughter, who now she co-parents with the second gentleman and his first wife, and of course her goddaughter as well.
And what I think is so significant, as has been mentioned here and many times before, that they call her Mamala, right? Which a lot of times we feel that tough prosecutor, that hardened politician, but there is a softer side that they've been trying to convey this whole time.
Let's listen now to D.L. Hughley, comedian, who always has quite an opinion on politics, and on Kamala Harris through the years, too. Let's listen.
You know what? In 3 months, ain't gonna be no living with y'all. I can tell you this, I don't blame Donald Trump for not wanting to debate Kamala. I've been married to a black woman for 40 years and I ain't won one debate. I'm owing $93,000. Now, of course, Trump is saying that Kamala isn't black. I guarantee you this, Kamala's been black a lot longer than Trump's been a Republican. And if he keeps sliding in the polls the way he is, the only way he can keep Kamala out of the White House is if he buys it and refuses to rent it to her. Of course, Kamala's getting broad support. They got black men for Kamala, white men for Kamala, Latinos and Asians for Kamala. They even have Republicans for Kamala. Republicans for Kamala. I guess Donald Trump will finally know what it's like when you get left for a younger woman. But seriously, Kamala knows the truth about the American dream, that hard work is not enough. Hard work alone is not enough to succeed. That you need access and information and opportunity. And she knows that some folks are often denied those very things. As president, she will give each and every one of us a fair shot in life. But I have to admit, I didn't always believe that. I mean, if you told me the 15-year-old me would be on stage supporting a prosecutor and a teacher, there is no way that I would have believed you. But because of that, I made assumptions about Kamala's record. And I often repeated them to a lot of people. Then one day, Kamala invited me to her house she put her hand on my shoulder and she asked me to do some research, something I had never done, something a lot of people I know had never done before. Imagine attacking someone's character without a single Google search. So I did what I should have done in the first place. I learned that she had done for us exactly what she promised to. I believe that your apology should be as loud as your accusation, and I'm here apologizing in front of the whole damn world. I was wrong, and I'm so very glad I was wrong because, Kamala, you give me hope for the future, a future where my grandchildren, Nola and Stevie, had the freedom to control their own bodies, where they have the opportunity to go as far as their wits and their talents would take them. That future, ladies and gentlemen, is possible, but only if we elect Kamala Harris as the 47th President of the United States of America. I will say this to you, the best piece of advice I've ever gotten in my entire life is you don't have to know what you will do, just know what you won't. And we won't go back.
Comedian D.L. Hughley speaking to the crowd, acknowledging he's been critical of Kamala Harris in the past.
This room is electric. And you can
As we listen to
all
the hall here prepare for its next guest, Martha, we've just learned that President Joe Biden and the First Lady Jill Biden have just called Kamala Harris. They spoke with her. They said, we can't wait to watch you accept this historic nomination. And then their message to America watching tonight, Kamala and Tim will inspire a generation to lead us into the future. And Martha, one of the things that Kamala Harris, you know, the comedian talked about the criticism of Kamala Harris through the years. He was looking to her prosecutorial record, actually, in some of his words in the past. But some of the critique has been about trivial things like the laughter, you know, her laughter, and it's so fascinating this week that the Democrats have flipped the script on that. They've leaned into the joy and the optimism, and it's, we believe that in her speech tonight, we've been told that she'll lean in on the optimism for the future of America as well.
And that's what we've heard all week, and she is leaning into her laughter. The thing's often directed at women, by the way. They'll criticize her laughter, or how she talks, or is she too nasal, and things like that. But she has embraced that. They have embraced that. I actually on the road heard from people talk about how much they liked her as a personality. But in many ways, David, this is still kind of a blind date for America. It's her anniversary today, but it's kind of a blind date.
My job is to protect people, all people. In 2020, righteous anger spilled over into the streets of Flint, Michigan. One bad decision from either side, and there would have been bloodshed. But that didn't happen. We laid down our riot gear, and we embraced the community, and instead of hate, we chose hope. On January 6th, the opposite occurred. That day was paved with division, deceit, and denigration. Police officers were attacked that day. It could have been stopped. We need a leader who will embody what's affixed to all three sides of my sheriff patrol cars: protect, serve, and unify. Kamala Harris is that leader. As a prosecutor, Kamala Harris protected us by putting violent criminals and sex offenders behind bars. If I was in a courtroom, she's exactly the tough prosecutor that I'd want to see. As vice president, she served America by keeping us safer. And I can testify firsthand, where I come from, crime is down and police funding is up. As president, Kamala Harris will unify our country. She will bring us together because our country needs a leader who will go toe-to-toe with drug cartels and bullies. one who has already taken the oath, raised her right hand to advocate for the people. I can tell you in 2020, we were able to turn a protest into a peaceful movement by walking together. One city, one community, and one country. America, let's walk. Let's walk. Let's walk together and let's elect Kamala Harris and turn hate into hope yet again. Thank you.
There you have the message on the floor. It echoes what we've heard these last few nights. Let's turn hate into hope. That's Sheriff Chris Swanson of Genesee County, Michigan. Let's go down to the floor. Rachel Scott again on the floor for us tonight. And Rachel, just the sense, the energy in the crowd on this night of history, knowing that this will be Kamala Harris's night to reintroduce herself to the nation.
Yes, David, and the history and the weight of this moment is not lost on anyone in this room. It's getting harder to move around here on the convention floor, partly because there's so many people, but also partly because of the energy that is in this convention as well. People dancing, people ready to see Vice President Kamala Harris. What started initially during this convention as a love letter to President Biden, focused on democracy, the page has now turned. The torch has now been passed to Vice President Kamala Harris. Two words we're going to hear over and over again tonight: freedom and joy, David.
Rachel, thank you, and thank you for all week long. Let's bring in Terry Moran down on the floor as well. And Terry, we are preparing to hear from victims of gun violence in this country. Among them, Congresswoman Lucy McBath. She's now into politics because she lost her 17-year-old son. She'll help bring a group who will speak to this on the floor. And we took note that last night here, Governor Walz talked about being a proud hunter. He said, I have the trophies to prove it, but I also believe we need to protect our children.
You know, Democrats have been convinced for a while that the majority of the American people, polls show, are with them. People want an end to the carnage in the schools and in the stores and the random acts of violence in the country. And these Congress people who are trying to push it, they need a champion. Kamala Harris, they believe, can articulate that. The problem is the Congress can't get that done. And it's doubtful that one presidency is going to change that.
Terry Moran down on the floor with Rachel Scott across the convention hall. Terry, our thanks to you. Let's look at the stage now, this video presentation on the effects of mass shootings and the gun violence here in this country is just wrapping up. Again, Congresswoman Lucy McBath from the Atlanta suburbs set to lead this moment.
When I worked for every town
Please
for gun
welcome
safety.
Georgia Representative Lucy McBath.
When I worked for every town for gun safety and moms demand action for gun sense in America, I saw firsthand the power of telling our stories. You've just heard mine, but there are many more to tell.
On December 14th, 2012, I walked into Sandy Hook School. I stopped at the office, chatted with my principal, then started my day with my second graders. Suddenly, a loud crash, like metal folding chairs falling. 154 gunshots blaring. Hiding in the coats, trying to sing with my students, trying to read to them, trying to drown out the sounds. Terror, crying, running. I carry that horrific day with me. 20 beautiful first grade children and 6 of my beautiful colleagues were killed. They should still be here.
It's 10:30 a.m. at Robb Elementary in Uvalde.
The school is recognizing my 10-year-old daughter, Lexi, for receiving all A's. She receives a Good Citizen Award, and we pose for photos. She wears a St. Mary's sweatshirt and a smile that lights up the room. 30 minutes later, a gunman murders her, 18 classmates, and 2 teachers. We are taken to a private room where police tell us she isn't coming home. Uvalde is national news. Parents everywhere reach for their children. I reach out for the daughter I will never hold again.
My niece, Sandy Patrice, was 22. She drove to Myrtle Beach for sun and fun and motorcycle parades. Hours later, my phone rang. Shooting on the beach. No one can find Sandy. I stayed calm. You see, my mother, Patricia Ann, had been shot and killed by an abusive partner. I was calm then, too. I got to handling business. I called relatives, the police, hospitals, and I kept calling, voice steady, heartbeat pulsing. Then I was connected to the coroner. 10 years of waiting, and Sandy's murder is still unsolved. I'll keep calling, and I'll keep fighting.
I was in high school when my classmate got shot. It changed my story. Instead of worrying about taking a test, I started worrying about living to take another test. They say schools are for learning, and I did learn a lot that day. I learned how to run, how to hide and drop, that what happens in the news can happen to me. But I learned something else too, that we can write and must write a new story if we choose to.
Are stories of loss. But make no mistake, our losses do not weaken us. They strengthen our resolve. We will secure safer futures that we all deserve. We will organize. We will advocate. We will run for office.
Congresswoman Lucy McBath, she now represents the northern Atlanta suburbs.
We will join with Americans from small towns and big cities to keep our communities safe. And we will elect leaders like Kamala Harris, who won't just empathize, but will act.
She lost her 17-year-old son, ran for Congress. We heard from families from Sandy Hook to Uvalde. And now in a moment in front of this hall, someone you will recognize who was also
Please welcome
affected by gun violence in this country.
Representative Gabby Giffords.
Former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, now 54 years old, on the stage there with her husband, Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona. As you know, she was doing a meet and greet back in 2011 in Tucson, having been reelected to Congress, when a gunman opened fire. Her recovery has been well documented. It's been extraordinary.
Hello, fellow Americans! I'm Gabby Giffords. I was born in the great state of Arizona! I was born with grit. I grew up racing motorcycles, mucking stalls, and exploring the beautiful desert. I fell for an astronaut. For 5 years, I served in Congress from a swing district. Everybody called me a rising star. Then on January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. He killed 6. Terrible, terrible day. I almost died, but I fought for my life and I survived. I learned to walk again, one step at a time. I learned to talk again, one word at a time. So many people helped me as I worked hard to recover, including a decent man for Delaware who always checked in. He still does. Thank you, Joe Biden. Thank you for everything. Joe is a great president. My friend Kamala will be a great president. She is tough. She has grit. Kamala can beat the gun lobby. She can fight gun trafficking. Kamala stood up to Wall Street and the drug company. She will protect abortion access. She will defend our freedom. She saved lives. Join me in voting for Kamala Harris. Bravo! Thank you.
Mary Bruce, Kamala Harris and her campaign leaning in on the legislation that she passed with President Biden in these past 4 years. And Gabby Giffords, who's standing with someone who was vetted to be a potential running mate for Kamala Harris, by the way. Gabby Giffords saying Kamala Harris will continue the fight.
Yeah, the issue of gun reforms is one where Kamala Harris's campaign is very eager to showcase the work that she did with this administration, working to pass the Safer Communities Act, breaking that 30-year logjam on gun reforms in Washington. They put her in charge of the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, and of course with the pick of Tim Walz, they are eager to show that it is, possible to balance Second Amendment rights and protecting public safety. Tim Walz, an avid hunter, he once got high legislative marks from the NRA, but went on to enact in his state stronger gun laws, including expanding background checks. So this is an area where they are really trying to get their message across tonight.
And John Carl, back to that conversation, how effective was he last night in sort of trying to bridge that divide, talking about how proud he is to be a hunter, but that as governor, he believes that it's their job to also protect the children.
He's proud to be a hunter. He is somebody who's owned guns his entire life. He's somebody who got elected to Congress in a conservative district with the endorsement of the NRA. He's somebody who in Congress earned an A rating from the NRA. He was proud of that. And then he became prouder of getting an F from the NRA after the Parkland shooting, when he became an advocate for what he considers common sense gun reform.
Let's go to the stage. 3-time Grammy Award-winning Pink, as the announcer just said. She was part of a 160,000 women attended Zoom call for 90 minutes, making the case for Kamala Harris.
We're searchlights we can see in the dark. We are rockets pointed up at the stars. We are billions of beauty answer. What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? Oh, what about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? We have problems that want to be solved. We are children that need to be loved. We were willing, we came when you called. But man, you fooled us. Enough is enough. Oh, what about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? Sticks and stones, they may break these bones, but then I'll be ready. Are you ready? I don't want control, I want to let go. I'll be ready. 'Cause now it's time to let them know. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers? So what about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? What about us? What about us? What about us?
That is Pink with her daughter Willow to her right, our left, as we looked on, and you could kind of see a hint of a proud mother looking at her daughter, and what a voice she has, Willow, as well. You know, as part of that Zoom call that 160,000 women were on that call, as I mentioned. Pink said on the call, it's not about which candidate is perfect. It's about which candidate is human and wants to keep us all human.
There have been so many of those Zoom calls, starting within the first 24 hours that she was initially endorsed to be the next president, at least the nominee for the Democratic Party. Black women was the first night, and then after a while it was white women, and then it was white dudes for Kamala Harris, and then it was LGBTQ for Kamala, for Harris, Latinos. At that first call, though, David, within that first call, more than $1 million raised, and it just spiraled from there.
It's been sort of a grassroots sort of aspect of this campaign, and I have to say we all got used to these Zooms during COVID, and now it's become quite a powerful political weapon.
And not just the everyday people. You know, she would have a number of political people, a number of entertainers who were kind of stumping for her in a way, but it was a way to actually reach out and say, what can you do to help expand this across the country?
A call to action, as we've heard several nights during this convention. Senator Mark Kelly back on the stage after assisting his wife. And as you know, he was vetted to be a possible running mate. Here he is as a supporter in a key battleground state of Arizona.
Hello, Democrats. So, President Obama had to follow Michelle. I had to follow Gabby and Pink. Gabby amazes me every single day. She was able to walk out and address you tonight because she's a fighter. And thanks to a team of doctors, nurses, and especially her speech therapist. We all need a team. I've flown into space 4 times. I've flown into combat nearly 40 times. Not once did I do that by myself. It took a team to accomplish a mission. It always does. I flew in the Navy during the first Gulf War. America rallied our allies to kick out a tyrant who invaded a neighbor. Today, Vladimir Putin is testing whether we're still that strong. Iran, North Korea, and especially China watch closely. What's Trump's answer? He invited Russia to do, and these are his words, not mine, whatever the hell they want. Vice President Harris has always championed America's support for NATO, for Ukraine, and for the Ukrainian people. On the Senate Intelligence Committee, she investigated Russian interference in our election. She defends free and fair elections everywhere. You already know how Trump feels about those. Donald Trump skipped his intelligence briefings. He was too busy sucking up to dictators and dreaming of becoming one himself. Trump thinks that Americans who have made the ultimate sacrifice are suckers and losers. If we fall for that again and make him the commander-in-chief, the only suckers would be us. Kamala Harris knows that standing with our allies means standing up for Americans. She'll keep modernizing our military to support our troops and to support our veterans like our next Vice President, Tim Walz. The world laughs at Trump, literally. But folks, it is not funny. When he was president, that meant the world was laughing at us. The threats we face are too serious. The sacrifices our service members make are too sacred. The alliances we've spent decades building are too critical. That's what's at stake now. And the choice isn't even close. But in Arizona and nationwide, this election will be. We'll win in the same way we launch rockets into space and land fighter jets on an aircraft carrier as one team on one mission. State by state, voter by voter, coming together. No country is better than ours at solving big problems. So, on November 5th, let's prove that America is still the leader the world needs today by electing the leader we need right now, Kamala Harris. Thank you, everybody.
Senator
you.
Mark Kelly of Arizona. And Martha, we all took note here that we've heard about foreign policy during this convention, but not during prime time. This is the first major pivot to foreign policy and defending this country.
And an important pivot, because she has to talk about that. She has to defend her record, the record with the Biden-Harris team. She's very much like Joe Biden in terms of foreign policy, but there are some differences.
Former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta continuing the conversation on this point.
I'm proud to have served in the Army, the Congress, the White House, Chief of Staff, CIA Director, and Secretary of Defense. I've looked into the eyes of our warriors and deployed them into battle. I gave the order directing our Special Operations Forces to fly 2 helicopters 150 miles into Abbottabad at night. And by the time the sun rose, Osama bin Laden was dead. Because nobody attacks our country and gets away with it. Nobody. That's what our warriors do. That's what our warriors do. Our warriors need a tough, cool-headed commander-in-chief to defend our democracy from tyrants and terrorists. We need Kamala Harris behind the resolute desk. She knows a tyrant when she sees one. And our allies know a leader when they see one. On the Senate Intelligence Committee and as Vice President, she worked with more than 150 world leaders. She's looked our allies in the eye and said, America has your back. Trump would abandon our allies and isolate America. We tried that in the 1930s. It was foolish and dangerous then, and it's foolish and dangerous now. Listen to President Reagan. President Reagan, isolationism never was and never will be an acceptable response to tyrannical governments. Never. Trump tells tyrants like Putin they can do whatever the hell they want. Kamala Harris tells tyrants, the hell you can, not on my watch. She's worked with President Zelensky to fight back against Russia. She knows that protecting their democracy protects our democracy as well. Look, Donald Trump does not understand the world, and he does not understand the service and sacrifice of our military. Our fallen veterans are not suckers. They are not losers. They are our heroes. Kamala Harris will honor our veterans. And in Timwall, we will have a vice president who has served in uniform honorably for 24 years. Kamala Harris understands this moment. It is a moment of danger and a moment of opportunity. She'll keep America's military the strongest in the world, the strongest ever known. And she understands what our military is for. The role of our military is to defend us from foreign enemies. It is not to threaten Americans, and it sure as hell isn't to put immigrants in camps. Every president since World War II, Republican and Democrat, has shared the belief that America must protect democracy in the world. Every president has honored our veterans and their sacrifices. Every president, but one. So we face a critical choice: to vote for someone who stands with our military and stands up for democracy, or someone who will disrespect our heroes and undermine our democracy. My fellow Americans, there is only one choice. One choice. And let me tell you something. When she takes her oath of office, as she will this January, our allies will cheer, our enemies will fear, and we will have a commander-in-chief that we can trust. God bless our veterans, and God bless our country.
He's 86 years old now, Leon Panetta, the former Secretary of Defense during the Obama administration, also CIA director during the Obama administration as well. Again, talking about foreign policy, continuing on that theme. Congressman Ruben Gallego is running for Senate in Arizona up against Kari Lake.
I'm a dad, husband, congressman, and the proudest Arizonan you'll ever meet. But I am even prouder to be a Marine. Rah! My mom raised us alone on a secretary's salary. I slept on the floor. I worked every job I could: meat packing, construction, making pizzas. I made it to Harvard with no money or connections. Other kids were happy because they were at Harvard. I was happy because I finally had a mattress. Then I enlisted, fought alongside my brothers with Lima 325 in Iraq. They called us Lucky Lima, but our luck ran out. We saw some of the heaviest combat of the war. And when we got home, the government failed to help us readjust. We have a duty to care for our patriots who serve our nation. For the Vietnam veteran and Buckeye who relies on the VA for his medication. For the Afghan veteran in Pittsburgh who finally got treatment for his PTSD. For the Marine in Milwaukee who relies on the benefits she earned. For my Navajo brothers and sisters who serve the Marines with me, I remember you too. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for them. Kamala Harris has delivered more benefits to more veterans than
Congressman
ever
Ruben
before.
Gallego, a Senate candidate in Arizona, second-generation American, his father born in Mexico, mother in Colombia. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side of this, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, of course, a key battleground state and also considered a rising star in the Democratic Party. Gretchen Whitmer, right after the break.
Baywatch is a fantasy. Baywatch was sexy. Baywatch was the #1 show in the world. When you hear that theme song,
I had no idea how much fun I was going to have.
It was addicting. People were just eating that stuff alive.
It was a wild time, and I was a wild chick.
Jason Momoa exploded.
Carmen was a bombshell.
Pamela Anderson was an icon.
Pamela was the sweet girl from Canada who came to get the American dream.
I'm really proud of everything I've done. Almost.
Baywatch was a whirlwind of epic highs and bitter lows.
It was a lot of pressure.
Everybody was disposable, and if you didn't fit into their brand, you were gone.
Greed and lust, fame.
Everyone likes to watch sexy things.
Betrayal is one of the hardest types of trauma to overcome.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right. All of a sudden, I found this hidden folder. I opened it. I don't think I can say it. I'm sorry. It's shocking. My stomach just dropped. He just really didn't think I had it in me to do something. So I did.
Betrayal, A Father's Secret, the all-new season on Hulu.
Let's go.
The ship is incredible. It feels like living in a science fiction movie.
We just saw what no one has seen before.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Well, dead ahead. Hang
We are heading into the unknown.
Hammer, hammer, hammer.
It doesn't get any more cutting edge than this.
The countdown is on. Tuesday, September 3rd, The View's on the move into a new big season. And get this, moving into a fabulous new home and studio, too.
You never know what's going to happen here.
The View, new season, right here on ABC.
Now streaming on Hulu. I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi. John Bon Jovi. The new special, what you have not yet seen. John Bon Jovi with Michael Strahan. Now streaming on Hulu. What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from...
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail, David.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Tonight, Vice President Kamala Harris just minutes away now from delivering the most important speech of her life. The Democratic Party's history-making presidential nominee taking the stage before a fired-up crowd of supporters here in Chicago, making her case to the American people. Then the sprint to November 5th begins, the presidential debate between Harris and Trump here on ABC in early September. But first things first, our live coverage of the race for president and the final night of the Democratic National Convention starts right now.
This is an ABC News special. Tonight.
Kamala Harris!
Kamala Harris! Kamala Harris!
Kamala Harris! Kamala Harris!
Kamala Harris!
And just moments from now, the vice president steps into the spotlight and makes history.
Together, we will charge a new way forward!
Kamala Harris, the biggest speech of her life, her vision, her plans for her presidency.
When we fight, we win.
It's her big night. The Democratic National Convention, live from Chicago. Now reporting, David Muir.
Good evening again, everyone. Now 10 o'clock in the East, the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. Let's go right down to the floor because Michigan's Governor Gretchen Whitmer has just taken to the podium. Rising star in the Democratic Party. Let's listen to Governor Whitmer.
At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwiched between working and raising my newborn and caring for my mom, who was dying from brain cancer. It was hard, but not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying to make it. Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for, too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, she'll fight to lower the cost of health care and elder care for every family. She's lived a life like ours. She knows us. Donald Trump doesn't know you at all. You think he understands that when your car breaks down, you can't get to work? No. His first word was probably chauffeur. You think he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out? Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store? That's what the chauffeur is for. But Kamala Harris, she gets us. She sees us. She is us. Look, we've all lived through a lot of history over the past few years. Floods and fires, an attempted coup, a plot, and a pandemic. It's exhausting. We don't know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know is this. Through it all, your life won't stop. You're gonna have to get to work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills. And then one day, when you're just trying to get everyone out the door, a news alert goes off. Something happened. Something hit the fan. You'll ask, is my family gonna be okay? And then you'll ask, who the hell is in charge? What if it's him? What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago? I know, in a crisis, we need someone strong enough to come up with a plan, to tell the truth, and to bring people together. Right now, before the crisis, is when we get to choose. Why wouldn't we choose the leader who's tough, tested, and a total badass? I know who I want as our commander-in-chief. America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer in the key battleground state of Michigan. There'll be all eyes on election night on all of those sort of half-dozen battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Largely considered a rising
Please
star
welcome
herself.
Actress, director, and philanthropist, Eva Longoria.
Actress Eva Longoria taking the stage. Active in politics. Let's listen to what she sets up here.
Hello, Chicago! Yes! I am so excited to be here tonight. What an honor to be part of this historic moment, and y'all are part of it. Look, I have known Kamala Harris for more than a decade, and she comes from a family a lot like mine, and I'm sure a lot like yours. We were both raised knowing that no one was gonna hand us anything, especially as women. That we were gonna have to touch every rung of the ladder to get ahead. We were gonna have to work really hard. Now, she worked at McDonald's, but I worked at Wendy's. And look at us now. You see, Kamala and I were able to see beyond the horizon because our families supported our big dreams. Well, guess what? As Americans, we're all part of one big family. Somos familia. And as familia, we have to have each other's back. We have to support each other's dreams because Kamala's success is our success. And she supports us to dream big too. So let me tell you, in the Latino community, in our community, we have a saying, "Sí se puede," which means Yes. It means yes, we can. But tonight, I'm here to tell you, yes, she can. So we're going to say, she se puede. So when someone asks you, is she ready to lead this country forward, we're going to say, she se puede. When somebody says, is she qualified for the job, we're going to say, she se puede. When somebody asks, is she going to be the first female president of the United States, we're going to say, she se puede. Our voices, our vote, we're going to decide this election. And let me tell you, the energy tonight isn't just here in Chicago, it's all across the country. People are gathered at watch parties everywhere to celebrate Kamala Harris. Say hello. Yes. All right. We know how to work, so let's get to work. Let's turn all of this enthusiasm and joy into action between now and November 5th. Let's go. She se puede.
Actress Eva Longoria on the stage there. The watch parties are across the country up on the big screen behind her. I want to go down to our political director, Rick Klein, Washington Bureau Chief, because, Rick, you're next to the stage, and this for the first time, and of course, we're always looking for tea leaves here, but for the first time, there's a curtain up.
Yeah, this is fascinating, David. All week long, some reporters here just off stage have been able to get a peek backstage. We were able to see the Obamas. We were able to see the Bidens. We were able to see Oprah. We even saw Tim Walz get a little spritz of hairspray right before he went on stage. Right now, though, suddenly, for the first time in 4 days, there is a big curtain up blocking our view. We don't know what's behind that curtain, but there's been buzz all week about a special guest who may be here tonight. And it's only adding to the speculation, David.
And of course, the Democrats would love that if there's a little speculation that there might be a special guest. We'll keep you posted at home as soon as we learn more. Let's go back down to the stage, and this continues with the theme here of Republicans speaking at the Democratic convention. This is former Congressman Adam Kinzinger, a Republican who has endorsed Kamala Harris, and you know him. He became a figure during the impeachment trial of Donald Trump. Let's listen.
Shining city on a hill. I was a Republican for 12 years in Congress, and I still hold on to the label. I never thought I'd be here, but listen, you never thought you'd see me here, did you? But I've learned something about the Democratic Party, and I want to let my fellow Republicans in on the secret. The Democrats are as patriotic as us. They love this country just as much as we do. And they are as eager to defend American values at home and abroad as we conservatives have ever been. I was relieved to discover that because I've learned something about my party too, something I couldn't ignore. The Republican Party is no longer conservative. It has switched its allegiance from the principles that gave it purpose to a man whose only purpose is himself. Donald Trump is a weak man pretending to be strong. He is a small man pretending to be big. He's a faithless man pretending to be righteous. He's a perpetrator who can't stop playing the victim. He puts on, listen, he puts on quite a show, but there is no real strength there. As a conservative and a veteran, I believe true strength lies in defending the vulnerable. It's in protecting your family. It's in standing up for our Constitution and our democracy. That is the soul of being a conservative. It used to be the soul of being a Republican, but Donald Trump has suffocated the soul of the Republican Party. His fundamental weakness has coursed through my party like an illness, sapping our strength, softening our spine, whipping us into a fever that has untethered us from our values. Our democracy was frayed by the events of January 6th, as Donald Trump's deceit and dishonor led to a siege on the United States Capitol. That day, I stood witness to a profound sorrow, the desecration of our sacred tradition of peaceful transition of power, tarnished by a man too fragile, too vain, and too weak to accept defeat. How can a party claim to be patriotic if it idolizes a man who tried to overthrow a free and fair election? How can a party claim to stand for liberty if it sees a fight for freedom in Ukraine, an attack pitting tyranny against democracy, a challenge to everything our nation claims to be, and it retreats, it equivocates, it nominates a man who is weirdly obsessed with Putin, and his running mate who said, quote, "I don't care what happens in Ukraine." Yeah, and he wants to be vice president. Yeah. How can a party claim to be conservative when it tarnishes the gifts that our forebears fought for? Men like my grandfather, who served in World War II, who believed in a cause bigger than himself, and he risked his life for it behind enemy lines. To preserve American democracy, his generation found the courage to face down armies. Listen, all we're asked to do is to summon the courage to stand up to one weak man. Some have questioned why I've taken the stand I have. The answer is really simple, ladies and gentlemen. We must put country first. And tonight, as a Republican speaking before you, I'm putting our country first. Because the fact is, I do belong here. I know Kamala Harris shares my allegiance to the rule of law, the Constitution, and democracy. And she is dedicated to upholding all three in service to our country. Whatever policies we disagree on pale in comparison with those fundamental matters of principle, of decency, and of fidelity to this nation. Listen, to my fellow Republicans, if you still pledge allegiance to those principles, I suspect you belong here too. Because democracy knows no party. It's a living, breathing ideal that defines us as a nation. It's the bedrock that separates us from tyranny, and when that foundation is fractured, we must all stand together, united, to strengthen it. If you think those principles are worth defending, then I urge you, make the right choice. Vote for our bedrock values, and vote for Kamala Harris. God bless you.
Former Congressman Adam Kinzinger making a plea to Republicans watching across the country, saying whatever policies we disagree on with the Democrats, he argued pale in comparison with those fundamental matters of principle, decency, fidelity to the nation.
Maya Harris.
Maya Harris up next. She's 57 years old, the younger sister of Kamala Harris, graduated from Berkeley, law degree from Stanford, and her daughter Mina, who you saw earlier tonight.
Hello, Chicago. In 1958, a 19-year-old from India left the only country she'd ever known to chart her own path in America. She came here to pursue an education, but she stayed here to build a life. Her name was Dr. Kamala Gopalan Harris. But we called her Mommy. Mommy was so many things to so many people. a civil rights activist, a scientist, a devoted mother to her 2 little girls. But most of all, Mommy was a trailblazer who defied the odds and defined herself. And when it came to Kamala and me, Mommy had great expectations for us, but she had even greater expectations of us. She raised us to believe that we could be and do anything. And we believed her. You see, Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been the author of her own. Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story. We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives, but what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be counted out. She knows what it's like to be the underdog and yet still beat the odds. And now, she has created so much electricity, so much optimism, so much joy throughout the nation, and it is why we need her leadership in this historic moment. We are living in a time when some are trying to divide us, to separate us in ways that make it difficult for us to come together. Well, look, my sister rejects that view. Where others push darkness, Kamala sees promise. Where others feel detachment, Kamala fosters connection. Where others want to drag us back to the past, my sister says, hold up now, we are not going back. Because Kamala understands we have so much more in common than what separates us. She knows the measure of our success isn't just winning an election. It's about who we bring along and lift up in the process. And so as I look out at all of you today and take in this incredible moment, I so wish that Mommy could be here tonight. I can just see her smiling, saying how proud she is of Kamala. And then, without missing a beat, she say, that's enough, you got work to do. She would tell all of us to roll up our sleeves and get to work, to elect a leader who sees the potential in each of us, a leader who cares for all of us, a leader who fights for every one of us. Our Democratic nominee, my big sister, the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Maya Harris supporting her sister, no surprise. They are extremely close. Maya Harris has played a very important role in her past political campaigns, continues to be an advisor to Kamala Harris today. Donna Brazil, I know you're watching along. The vice president's motorcade arrived here about 30 minutes ago. She's in the building. Imagine how it must feel to know she's about to make history.
Well, look, Maya has been just a tremendous support of her big sister. They're a little different in many ways, but in more ways than ever, they love not just what they're doing, what they've accomplished. They love this country. Maya and I worked together in the Clinton campaign, so I'm sure that she had an opportunity to really figure out how to get this job done with her sister.
Donna, thank you. Governor Roy Cooper of North Carolina, also considered a possible running mate at one point.
You've heard stories about my friend Kamala. I want to take you behind the scenes of one of them. 2011 was a rough time for American homeowners. Hundreds of thousands were losing their homes to illegal foreclosure. I was Attorney General in North Carolina, while Kamala had just become California's. All the AGs were close to a settlement with the big banks, and it was a pretty good deal. Would have meant $4 billion for California families who'd been ripped off. I know that sounds like a lot, but Kamala said, hang on a minute. I've met these families. I know what they've been through, and they deserve more. She went toe-to-toe with some of the world's most powerful executives, and she refused to give in. Let me tell you, this was a huge risk, but she knew it was a risk worth taking. That's Kamala. And we all know what happened. The banks caved. That $4 billion for California families became $20 billion. That was the first time I witnessed Kamala in action. And what I saw was a leader who does exactly what she says she's going to do, who never will settle for less. America, we got a lot of big fights ahead of us, and we've got one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. I know that because I know her. And tonight, I want the American people to know, even if you don't agree with her on everything, Kamala Harris will fight for you to the very end. For families who need better health care or a safer place to live, Kamala will fight for you. For parents who want better schools for their kids, for workers worried about a secure retirement for themselves, Kamala will fight for you. For any one of our allies, anywhere in the world, wondering if America still has your back, remember this: Kamala will fight for you. And when she fights, we win. Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready. The question is, are we? Are we going to stand up and fight for Kamala like she'll stand up and fight for us? All right. If you're ready, my home state of North Carolina, stand up. Stand up, Pennsylvania. Stand up, Michigan. Stand up, Wisconsin. Stand up, Georgia. Stand up, Nevada. Stand up, Arizona. Stand up, America. Are we going to stand up? Are we going to fight? Are we going to vote? Are we going to win? You bet we are. Let's go get them.
Governor Roy Cooper, very popular governor in North Carolina, up against term limits, so he's not going to continue as governor. He was considered a potential running mate for Kamala Harris. He'd been vetted in the process. He was Attorney General, as he mentioned, of North Carolina. Here's the bio video. Vice President Kamala Harris tonight and the reintroduction to America.
Where your first grade teacher would show up at your law school graduation. It's where Kamala Harris learned what it means to be in the middle class, making every paycheck count. She was raised by a working mom who taught her about standing up for what's right and protecting the people you love.
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion.
She was all of 5 feet tall. If you met her, you would have thought she was 7 feet tall. And our mother, if I'd ever come home complaining about anything, she wouldn't have it. The first thing she'd say is, well, just stop the complaining. Just tell me what you're going to do about it.
And since she was a young girl, Kamala Harris has been fighting for families like the ones she grew up with.
That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
As a courtroom prosecutor, she went after predators who targeted women and children, and fraudsters who ripped off working families. And she put dangerous gang members and human traffickers behind bars.
We didn't have partnerships with DOJ or FBI or DEA or any of those law enforcement agencies. Now, we all work collaboratively. She was the person who built the foundation in how we do criminal justice in America.
As Attorney General of California, she held the big Wall Street banks accountable for fraud, winning $20 billion for California families. She took on one of the largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. And in the Senate, she fought for her constituents with the determination of a prosecutor, standing up for reproductive freedom.
Can you think of any laws that give the government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now, Senator.
She fought to keep our children safe from the terror of gun violence.
How many of you guys had to have a drill where you learned about how you need to hide in a closet or crouch in a corner in the event that there is a mass shooter? Look at that. Look at that.
On the Intelligence Committee, she defended our nation against foreign adversaries. And in 2020, she made history as the first woman to be elected Vice President of the United States. She cast the tie-breaking vote to deliver urgent relief to the American people during the pandemic. She beat Big Pharma to lower prescription drug costs and cap the cost of insulin, and led the fight to restore reproductive rights after Roe v. Wade was overturned.
We have worked too hard and fought too long to see our daughters grow up in a world with fewer rights than our mothers.
Because she's never been afraid to stand up to powerful interests.
Sometimes people will open the door for you and leave it open. Sometimes they won't. And then you need to kick that door down. Excuse my language.
Now, she's running for president, still fighting for families like the one she grew up with.
Our campaign is about saying we trust the people. We're saying we just want fairness. We want dignity for all people. And we are a work in progress. We haven't yet quite reached all of those ideals, but we will die trying because we love our country. We believe in our country. We're not falling for these folks who are trying to divide us, trying to pull us apart. We know what we stand for, and we stand for the people, and we stand for the dignity of work, and we stand for freedom. We stand for justice. We stand for equality. And so we will fight for all of it.
That's who Kamala Harris is. That's what she believes. And that's what she'll fight for every day.
Keep on running, cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for president, Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
The moment, Vice President Kamala Harris, the first black woman, the first Asian American to accept her party's nomination, major party, to be President of the United States. She'll make the case tonight. She'll reintroduce herself to the nation as to why she believes that this is the right moment for her to become the next President of the United States. You could see her family, her stepchildren, her husband, second gentleman Doug Emhoff, who of course would make history right along with her, becoming the first gentleman if she's elected President of the United States. Let's listen to the Vice President, Kamala Harris.
some business. Okay. Thank you all. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Please, thank you, please. Thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. Let's get to business. All right. So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President, Joe Biden. When I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down, smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me. Growing up, we moved a lot. I will always remember that big Mayflower truck packed with all our belongings, ready to go to Illinois, to Wisconsin, and wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us. Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay. In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working-class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love. Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it. That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley. Those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day, in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge, and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people. And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks. On behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, on behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another, on behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America. And with this election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power. I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations, a president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner Bill of Rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation. I stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities. And I will tell you, these fights were not easy, and neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn, but we never gave up, because the future is always worth fighting for. Fight for America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most
important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol where they assaulted law enforcement officers. When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution. Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails, and how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and child care for our children. America, we are not going back. And we are charting a new way forward. To a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. And I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed. Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city. And as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like health care and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage and protect Social Security and Medicare. Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year. Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans. Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. put, they are out of their minds. And one must ask, why exactly is it that they don't trust women? Well, we trust women. We trust women. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law. In this election, many other fundamental freedoms are at stake. The freedom to live safe from gun violence in our schools, communities, and places of worship. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. The freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis. And the freedom that unlocks all the others, the freedom to vote. With this election, we finally have the opportunity to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. And let me be clear. After decades in law enforcement, I know the importance of safety and security, especially at our border. Last year, Joe and I brought together Democrats and conservative Republicans to write the strongest border bill in decades. The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal. Well, I refuse to play politics with our security, and here is my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the bipartisan border security bill that he killed, and I will sign it into law. I know we can live up to our proud heritage as a nation of immigrants and reform our broken immigration system. We can create an earned pathway to citizenship and secure our border. And America, we must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice. I will make sure that we lead the world into the future on space and artificial intelligence, that America, not China, wins the competition for the 21st century, and that we strengthen, not abdicate, our global leadership. Trump, on the other hand, threatened to abandon NATO. He encouraged Putin to invade our allies, said Russia could, quote, do whatever the hell they want. 5 days before Russia attacked Ukraine, I met with President Zelensky to warn him about Russia's plan to invade. I helped mobilize a global response, over 50 countries, to defend against Putin's aggression. And as president, I will stand strong with Ukraine and our NATO allies. With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done. And let me be clear, I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, and I will always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself, because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7, including unspeakable sexual violence and the massacre of young people at a music festival. At the same time, what has happened in Gaza over the past 10 months is devastating. So many innocent lives lost. Desperate, hungry people fleeing for safety over and over again. The scale of suffering is heartbreaking. President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. And know this, I will never hesitate to take whatever action is necessary to defend our forces and our interests against Iran and Iran-backed terrorists. I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump, Because, you know, they know he is easy to manipulate with flattery and favors. They know Trump won't hold autocrats accountable because he wants to be an autocrat himself. And as president, I will never waver in defense of America's security and ideals, because in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and I know where the United States belongs. So fellow Americans, I love our country with all my heart. Everywhere I go, in everyone I meet, I see a nation that is ready to move forward, ready for the next step in the incredible journey that is America. I see an America where we hold fast to the fearless belief that built our nation and inspired the world, that here in this country, anything is possible, that nothing is out of reach. An America where we care for one another, look out for one another, and recognize that we have so much more in common than what separates us. None of us has to fail for all of us to succeed. And that in unity there is strength. You know, our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are. America, let us show each other and the world who we are and what we stand for. Freedom, opportunity, compassion, dignity, fairness, and endless possibilities. We are the heirs to the greatest democracy in the history of the world. And on behalf of our children and our grandchildren and all those who sacrificed so dearly for our freedom and liberty, we must be worthy of this moment. It is now our turn to do what generations before us have done, guided by optimism and faith, to fight for this country we love, to fight for the ideals we cherish, and to uphold the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth, the privilege and pride of being an American. So let's get out there, let's fight for it, let's get out there, let's vote for it, and together let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told. Thank you. God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you all.
Vice President Kamala Harris making the case before this convention hall in Chicago and in front of the nation. Millions of Americans watching tonight, Democrats, Republicans, independents, the thin slice of undecided voters in a divided America. Kamala Harris making the case as to why she believes she's the right person at this moment. In the end there, talking about this moment, saying we must fight for the awesome responsibility that comes with the greatest privilege on earth. She said the privilege and pride of being an American. Second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, walking out onto that stage. They have talked about their bond, 10 years married today. This is their anniversary. That's how she started the biggest speech of her life, by wishing him a happy anniversary. She talked about the middle class in this country, said it would be a priority to her. Here's her running mate, Governor Walz, and his wife, Gwen. And behind them, the campaign song, Freedom, by Beyonce. In addition to the economy, the middle class, she talked about foreign policy, our place in the world, fighting for Ukraine, Israel, and Hamas, saying that there must be a ceasefire. We must get the hostages home. But at the same time, to thunderous applause in this convention hall, she said we must do something for the Palestinians, the civilians who've been caught in the middle of this conflict. She talked about the freedoms and the rights of Americans, talked about reproductive freedom for women. And in talking about her opponent and his running mate and the architects of where they have headed with the falling of Roe versus Wade, she said, simply put, they are out of their minds. That's a line that will be remembered from tonight. And I do want to say that during her speech, there were a number of times where the crowd began chanting USA, USA. It was a sort of leaning in on patriotism, on faith, on family bonds in this country, and you've seen that as sort of a through line of this entire four-night convention. And as the balloons fall, Linsey Davis, we cannot overstate the history also being made here tonight.
You know, history, of course, is not red or blue, and I think regardless of your politics, it's significant to note that when Kamala Harris was born in 1964, that black women in this country did not have the right to vote. And today, at 59 years old, she accepted the Democratic nomination to be president of the United States. You know, really a full circle moment as well. Jimmy Carter, when he was running in 1976 to be president, it was Joe Biden who was actually one of his advisors who recommended as a vice president that he choose Congresswoman Barbara Jordan of Texas, a black woman. Now, Jimmy Carter ultimately didn't choose her, but it was our former colleague, ABC News anchor Carol Simpson, who interviewed her that year, and she said, do you think that this country is ready for a black woman to be on the national ticket? To which she said, no, but I'm going to help this country get ready. I think that's what we've witnessed really, and culminating in this moment, a group of people who are hoping that in 2024, this country is ready.
We can see her family embracing her, the fabric of her family that they have defined over the course of these 4 nights, in many ways reflective of so many families in this country. Divorced parents, new step-parents who come in and help co-parent the children. They've leaned in on that, Mary Bruce. And tonight, Kamala Harris made the case for herself. She's been the vice president for 4 years. Often the role of vice president isn't a defined one, but she defined where she thinks this country should head, and she made the case as to why she believes she's the right person for this moment.
David, she said she is no stranger to unlikely journeys, and she has carved out her own journey. She cast herself tonight as that change candidate. Yes, she introduced herself again to the American people. She shared her personal story, but she zeroed in not necessarily on her record, though she did talk about that a fair amount, but her plan to take on Trump. I was surprised at how much she talked about Donald Trump, to be quite honest, in simple, blunt terms, pitting her plans against what she argued are the risks posed by another Trump presidency. It felt like a speech aimed very much at those key independent voters, those who might still be on the fence, might not be sure about this remarkable change we have seen in this ticket over just the last month. Keep that in mind. A month ago, she was the running mate. And those are the ones who will decide this race. And we also talked about the tone of this speech, which was really remarkable. And I think, you know, the power of telling her own story in her own voice as vice president. She has been criticized for being stiff, for relying on those talking points. I can tell you, I've spent a lot of time with Kamala Harris in the halls of the Senate, as vice president, when she was running before. She can often come off as a very different person when the cameras are not rolling. Tonight, I saw that version of Kamala Harris shine through, and it felt like a conversation with the American people in a lot of ways, David.
It sure seemed that way, and she seemed completely comfortable in the moment. She knows the history she's making tonight, but she leaned in on that history. I'm also taking note here that with the family surrounding her, the smile on her face, she's also leaned into the laughter, the joy. There was a lot of that laughter tonight during the speech. And John Carl, she said, in the enduring struggle between democracy and tyranny, I know where I stand and where the United States of America belongs, to chants of USA, USA in this convention hall.
David, there is a race that is on. It started about 4 weeks ago to define who Kamala Harris is. The Trump campaign, Donald Trump, have tried to define her as a radical leftist, a communist. They call her Comrade Kamala. What you saw here is a full-throated answer to that in this speech. Mary's exactly right, in my view. This was, in a large measure, aimed at independent voters, at even disaffected Republicans, as well as the base of the Democratic Party. She knows she has them already. So she went out, she talked about herself as being realistic, practical, somebody who has common sense. That's not a radical, that's not a leftist, that's not a hardcore progressive. Realistic, practical, and has common sense. And then the specifics. She talked about a strong national defense. No taking on the Pentagon there. She talked about the full-throated defense of Israel, ensuring that Israel has what it has to defend itself. No arms embargo there. Endorsing that bipartisan security bill that a lot on the left don't like because it was too tough. This was a Kamala Harris that was embracing a lot of what Republicans have said they stand for, and she made the case Donald Trump
with the help of some Republican speakers, don't stand for it.
We all know, sitting here and covering this, the history of the night, that we've never had a woman who is commander-in-chief. Of course, Hillary Clinton, the nomination in 2016. Kamala Harris tonight, Martha Raddatz talked about tyranny. She talked about autocrats. She talked about Iran, Russia, the threat posed by China. She talked about how under her presidency, if elected, she will always support Israel's right to defend itself. And then she also said, but we must find a way forward for the Palestinian people.
She did, and she said that with strength. She looked directly at this crowd and talked about what the Palestinian people deserve. She said they have a right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. And David, earlier we talked about that pivot to national security. She ended her speech with national security, with foreign policy. They've tried all week to humanize her, show her joy, show that side of her, but tonight they wanted to show her toughness. As you said, she would not only be the first female president, she would be the first female commander-in-chief. And think about that. That is a profound responsibility, sending men and women into war if you have to. There has never even been a female Secretary of Defense. There has certainly never been a female chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So that would be a profound history, having a woman as commander-in-chief and president.
She said she would always honor, always respect the men and women who have served this country, that she would never disparage them.
And she is making a direct comparison with things Donald Trump has recently said in the past. He has disparaged veterans, he has disparaged the wounded, and lately the Medal of Honor controversy, saying it's exactly the same as the Congressional Medal of Freedom for civilians, gotten a lot of criticism for that, including veterans of foreign wars.
Let's go down to the convention floor. Rachel Scott, who's covering this campaign as well, both sides of the campaign. Rachel, what was it like down on the floor for those who have gathered here?
David, it was thunderous applause as soon as Vice President Kamala Harris walked out on the stage. The confetti still falling here on the convention floor. The balloon drop still ongoing here. I was struck how much Vice President Kamala Harris really embodied that saying from her mother of not letting people tell you who you are. You show them who you are. That was a message she took to heart tonight. You have the former president who has mocked her laugh. She came out here and talked about joy. You have had the former president who said he doesn't care whether or not he mispronounces her name. You had her grandnieces up in front of this convention floor repeating, teaching the nation how to say the words Kamala Harris. And then that word freedom that Vice President Kamala Harris kept going back to, really taking a word that the Republican Party has used for some time now to really explain her vision of how she believes that women in this nation should be free to make their own choices. She believes that this nation to be free from extremism that she believes the Republican Party is pushing. David, this is a new chapter for the Democratic Party, but there's still a lot to be written here in terms of Vice President Kamala Harris's vision, and she doesn't have a lot of time to do it. Just about 75 days to go, David.
Rachel Scott down on the floor. Terry Moran across the room right here in Chicago, the United Center. And Terry, you heard me mention this earlier, the chants of USA multiple times during Kamala Harris's speech tonight. The patriotism on full display here.
No question about it, David. That was key to the speech, was key to this convention. That speech was a call and an invitation to American voters to put the politics of the last 10 years behind us. But to accomplish that, she had to gain the trust on the grounds of things like patriotism and practical solutions to problems that people feel. Whether or not she did that, people will make up their own minds. But part of that is to say we are not going back to make America great again. It's the greatness not of yesterday, but the greatness of a tomorrow America that she was talking about. That's the vision she's offering. That's what they heard and are ready to fight for.
Terry, we're very impressed with your coordination. You have a future in volleyball down there with those balloons, knocking them out of the way.
It's fun.
Yeah, very, very impressed. Rick Klein also down on the floor, our political director, Washington bureau chief. Rick, a note on favorability, on patriotism, and also just for our viewers who are watching tonight, just how close this race is. Of course, we've seen the shift over 4 weeks for Kamala Harris. A lot of people are wondering, how long does the honeymoon last? Are these numbers real?
Yeah, and the numbers are unmistakable. Kamala Harris has turned this race upside down, and Democrats know that. Democrats know that she has gotten a big bounce out of the last couple of weeks. They hope to keep that momentum going. And I'll tell you, David, it is a giant party on the convention floor right now. We've talked about patriotism. It is red, white, and blue everywhere. The flags, the balloons. It's not just Terry who's playing volleyball. I saw Doug Emhoff hitting the ball back and forth. I saw Tim Walz going back and forth with a balloon with some of the kids on stage. People are excited to be here, and it's that excitement that we see playing into the differences in this race. Right now, Harris with this very narrow lead. It is going to be a close race, but the energy in this hall is what Democrats hope to bring across the country as they try to remake the landscape politically in the image of their new standard bearer, Kamala Harris.
Rick Kleiner, thanks to you as always. Pierre Thomas also with us for our coverage today. And Pierre, you had observations about what this moment might mean to many who are watching tonight.
David, I've been watching the crowd all night, and many of the women have been crying tears of joy. Many women who have fought for equal pay and for respect. And the Indian American community, the women I could see out there also beaming with pride. But the African American women, the daughters and descendants of slavery, I watched one woman, David, cry for just minute after minute after minute, just embracing this moment and the notion that a black woman of Indian descent may soon possibly become the most powerful person on the planet, David.
Pierre Thomas, our thanks to you for your thoughts as well tonight. Donna Brazil, longtime Democratic consultant, ABC News analyst, and Donna, you've worked with all of the leaders who spoke on behalf of Kamala Harris each night leading up to tonight, and now Kamala Harris and her speech tonight accepting the nomination. How did she do?
In a few minutes, you're going to hear from Reverend Amos Brown, one of the most important civil rights leaders of his generation. When then Vice President Joe Biden asked us, "Who do you want?" The last person I talked to was her minister. And I said if she could go to 3rd Street Baptist Church, she would be a great leader. Tonight, you heard a woman inspired by her mother to dream big and by her father to be fearless. And as President of the United States, she's going to instill that in every child. So my heart is full, but I am happy to get to work to elect Kamala Harris in 2024.
Donna Brazil with us, as always, through the Republican convention and here in Chicago as well. Donna, thank you. And Donna makes a good point that regardless of whether or not you're a Democrat, Republican, independent, swing voter, moderate Republican, moderate Democrat in the country, that certainly that part of the story, talking about the strength of her mother, who when she came home and had a success story, she'd say, she'd appreciate it, but then say, now get to work. Wouldn't dwell on it too long. Said if you see an injustice, get to work. The father who said, while the mother said at the playground or the park, stay close, the father who said, run as far and as fast as you can, be brave. These are all messages we remember from our childhoods. And Kamala Harris tonight using the lessons from her own childhood to try to reconnect with the American people and reintroduce herself now as a candidate for President of the United States. From all of us here on the political team, we so appreciate you joining us all week long here for the Democratic Convention and for the Republican Convention weeks ago. We have a debate coming up on ABC September 10th. It's a Tuesday night. Linsey Davis, it should be on your calendar.
I got to make sure I mark it off.
Okay, mark it off. Mark it off. We're going to be co-moderating that, and we certainly look forward to the responsibility that comes along with that. Thank you for watching our coverage here at the Democratic Convention. Nightline coming up, GMA first thing in the morning, and I'll see you tomorrow for World News Tonight from all of us at ABC. Good night.
Coming of age in the 1980s, the Brat Pack was near the center of your cultural awareness. But for those of us experiencing it from the inside, the Brat Pack was something very different.
I'm really sorry that article had to come out.
I just remember seeing that cover and thinking, oh. So I thought it might be interesting to try and contact everyone who is in the Brat Pack. You were not interested in talking about the Brat Pack.
I turned everything down.
How come you're talking to me?
Because it was time that we clear the air on a couple of things.
Whoa. I hated the Brat Pack for decades.
What a disaster.
Why did we take it as an offense?
We're afraid we were brats, you know?
Andrew?
I mean, I'm not going to say we were the Beatles or anything.
Well, we didn't fill Shea Stadium. There were moments.
We could have. 1985, I think we could have.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Baywatch is a fantasy.
When you hear that theme song, it was a wild time, and I was a wild chick.
Jason Momoa exploded.
Carmen was a bombshell.
Pamela Anderson was an icon.
Really proud of everything I've done. Almost.
Baywatch was a whirlwind of epic highs and bitter lows.
Everyone likes to watch sexy things.
Betrayal is one of the hardest types of trauma to overcome.
This is her knight in shining armor.
Everything felt right. All of a sudden, I found this hidden folder. I opened it. I don't think I can say it. I'm sorry. It's shocking. My stomach just dropped. He just really didn't think I had it in me to do something. So I did.
Betrayal, A Father's Secret, the all-new season on Hulu.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too. I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara, Ginger.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Linsey Davis. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We are coming to you live from Chicago, where the Democratic National Convention just wrapped up after a raucous 4 days with Vice President Kamala Harris accepting her party's nomination for president.
I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self, to hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections to the peaceful transfer of power.
The convention lit up 100,000 red, white, and blue balloons as the crowd celebrated the history-making moment, preceding her speakers one by one, arguing her ideas and temperament make her better fit to serve than Donald Trump.
But Kamala Harris, she gets us. She sees us. She is us.
Trump tells tyrants like Putin they can do whatever the hell they want. Kamala Harris tells tyrants, the hell you can.
We'll have reactions from both campaigns tonight, plus our Powerhouse Political Roundtable and so much more. But first, Jay O'Brien kicks off our coverage.
Night 4 of the Democratic National Convention and her moment.
Thank you all.
Vice President Kamala Harris taking the stage, accepting the Democratic Party's nomination for president, the first black woman and Asian American to lead a major party ticket.
On behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
acknowledging President Biden's historic decision to drop out of the race a month ago.
To our President Joe Biden, when I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring.
Laying out the stakes of this election.
This election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation.
And trying to draw stark contrast with her challenger, former President Donald Trump.
And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors. And its sum total is to pull our country back to the past. But America, we are not going back.
Harris introducing herself to the nation. The daughter of a Jamaican father and Indian mother, a former prosecutor, attorney general, and senator.
And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people.
The biggest speech of her political career, falling on the same day as her 10th wedding anniversary to second gentleman Doug Emhoff. Their family taking the stage. The star-studded night including performances by Pink. Thursday's convention message, For Our Future. Survivors of gun violence taking the stage, including former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords.
On January 8th, 2011, a man tried to assassinate me. He shot 19 people. I almost died. But I fought for my life, and I survived.
And rising Democratic Party stars like Arizona Senator Mark Kelly and Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Donald Trump called me that woman from Michigan as an insult. Being a woman from Michigan is a badge of honor. Like women across America, we just GSD. Get stuff done.
But all eyes on Harris and her message for the future.
Our thanks to Jay O'Brien for that. Back with us now, Martha Raddatz, Mary Bruce, John Carl. Mary, let's start with you. We were talking about in the beginning of the evening that quote that her mom would always tell her, don't let other people tell you who you are, you tell them who you are. She even referenced that herself during the speech. And it did seem that tonight she was defining herself to the American people.
And that was the goal. Yes, she is a known quantity, certainly. She is the vice president. She has run before. She's been a senator. She has this very impressive political career. But this was her chance to step out there and tell her story with her own voice, on her own terms, in a way that most Americans simply have never seen before. She told her personal story. She talked a lot about her mom and how that really shaped her worldview, inspired her to essentially spend her entire career fighting against injustice and fighting for the American people. And I was, though, I have to say, surprised how much she focused on Donald Trump, because after explaining her bio, I mean, she got straight to business. She said she was going to do that at the top, and she certainly did. And she did cast herself as this change candidate, that she is going to come out here, and in simple, really blunt terms, she did pit what she plans to do against what she argued is the threat posed by what Donald Trump would do if given another 4 years in office. And that is not something that is not without, critical strategy here. That is a message that is aimed squarely at those critical independent voters, those Republicans that might be up for grabs, those people that will determine this election. And she really did make her case, and I think it was a tone that you don't hear from her often. Those of us who spent time with her when the cameras aren't rolling, we recognize that, Kamala Harris. But it was a chance for that voice to break through to voters in a new way.
And John, I was sitting alongside you as we were watching her speech, and you said fascinating, as she was really striking the tone of a moderate.
Yeah, and it is fascinating because on one hand, Trump and his campaign have tried to portray her as a far-left, progressive, communist comrade. Kamala is what they call her. And she was never that, obviously, but when she ran for president 4 years ago, campaign didn't get very far, but she struck out a very far left agenda. That was not what we heard here. This was, it seemed to me, a speech that could have been delivered at a pre-Donald Trump Republican convention if he just took out the part about abortion. She embraced the idea of ensuring that America has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. She had tough talk on Iran, a very full-throated defense of Israel, and ensuring that it has the right to defend itself. So in other words, none of that talk of the arms embargo that the left is calling for. She embraced that immigration bill, which of course Biden promised to sign, but a lot on the left don't like because of how much it has in terms of border security and changing the asylum laws. This was a moderate agenda in many ways and a practical one. I thought this line stuck out to me. She said that she is realistic, practical, and has common sense. Those are not the watchwords of somebody who is an ideologue, a far left ideologue. And I thought that she is taking on the way they are defining her head on, and she is really trying to appeal to independents and disaffected Republicans.
And Martha, I want to bring you in here because also she had this delicate dance of really being pro-Israel and at the same time pro-Palestinian.
Exactly, and this is a huge issue and a vulnerability really for President Biden and now Vice President Harris, because you saw protesters outside this building, far fewer than were expected and far more peaceful than could be possible. But we talked to some of those uncommitted delegates who were completely against what the Biden administration is doing and what they want, exactly what John said. Look, we want an arms embargo. She did not promise that tonight, but at the same time, she took the measure of the Palestinian people. She said the people must have a right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination. And I'm thinking of one of those uncommitted delegates who said to me, we just want her to listen to us. So is this enough? Will those uncommitted delegates give Kamala Harris a break? And I have to say that I felt that with some of those I talked to, that it was different from Joe Biden, that they just wanted to be heard. And I think in so many ways, she told them she was listening. She wasn't going to be on the left in exactly what they wanted, but she was listening.
Martha, Mary, John, our thanks to you all week long for your insight and time. So appreciate it. And we now want to turn to our senior congressional correspondent, Rachel Scott, who's there with Senator Chris Coons of Delaware. Senator Coons, certainly a longtime close friend, President Biden, of course, himself also served in Delaware in the Senate 36 years. Rachel.
Yeah, Lindsay, I am here with Senator Chris Coons. Senator Coons, we were just talking about your first convention, 1996. This one a lot different than I'm sure you even imagined a year ago, expecting that President Biden would be on that stage tonight. How do you think his vice president did?
She did an incredible job tonight. She gave a strong, clear, warm, but forceful speech. One that spoke about her middle-class roots, her commitment to America, her love for our nation, and her vision for how to keep us safer and stronger at home and abroad. She appealed to all Americans and said, I want to be a president for all Americans. She followed a speech by Adam Kinzinger, a Republican from Illinois, who endorsed her enthusiastically as someone who will defend our democracy and our rule of law. And I think she laid out a very clear case for why to vote for her as opposed to her opponent.
You were an intern for Joe Biden when he was a senator 35 years ago. He has since become one of your closest friends. You spoke on the Democratic National Convention stage. How is President Biden doing in these recent weeks since he's dropped out of the race?
I think tonight he's excited and optimistic. This evening, this convention, this event, did three things. On Monday, we thanked Joe Biden. We celebrated him. We told him how much we love him and are grateful for his record. On Tuesday and Wednesday, we heard from the next generation of Democratic leaders and some of our seasoned saints who were part of our leadership a generation ago. Tonight and last night, you heard from Governor Walz and Vice President Harris about how they're going to carry us and our country forward. It was a remarkable convention. Wonderful programming, inspiring speakers, and it energized Democrats both here in Chicago and around the country. and persuaded some folks to come our way who weren't really sure what they felt about this ticket and are now excited.
Senator Chris Coons, thank you. Lindsey, of course, the big question now, how much can Democrats carry this momentum, or is this just a honeymoon period as Republicans are hoping, Lindsey?
All right, we will soon find out. Rachel, our thanks to you once again for all of your work throughout the week. Now I want to bring in Tim Murtaugh, Trump campaign senior advisor. Tim, thank you so much for coming on the show. Kamala Harris said tonight Donald Trump is an unserious man and claimed this.
Consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy. His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens.
How do you respond to that, Tim?
Well, I mean, I think it's pretty rich to hear her talking about the threat of somebody prosecuting and trying to send to jail their political opponents, because that's precisely what the Biden-Harris administration and their Justice Department has been doing to Donald Trump. But near the end of her speech, she quoted her mother, I think it was, when she said, "Show them who you are," which it actually made me laugh out loud when I was watching this, because the irony in that, what is happening in this convention is the exact opposite of that. It has been, yesterday was 1 month since she became the presumed nominee when Joe Biden was forced off the stage. And in that time, she hasn't had a single interview, hasn't sat down for a single interview with you guys or anybody else. She never talks about policies. In fact, she doesn't have a policy section on her website. This was an outrageously unique convention, because what they've done, they didn't just repackage and launch somebody like a normal convention usually does. They invented a whole new person. She has never, like John Carl was just talking about, she staked out, and always through her whole career has staked out these left-wing positions, far left-wing positions, especially in the 2019 and 2020 Democratic primaries. She will never own up to those things. She is concealing her entire record, and she's being presented as a whole new person. And I'm going to tell you that this is as good as it gets for Kamala Harris. And still, if the election were today, Donald Trump would return to the White House.
Now, Harris says that she's calling for a middle-class tax cut that would benefit millions of Americans, and then contrasted that to Trump calling for the end of national sales tax that would raise prices of middle-class families. Is that true?
Well, here's the situation. If she wants to make this campaign a contest over who is better at cutting taxes, we will welcome that. We will have that conversation all day, every day, and twice on Sundays. This is the benefit. She's part of the Biden administration. It's the Biden-Harris administration. It's what they called it for 3.5 years. She cast the tie-breaking vote on many of the major spending packages that caused inflation. Economists, including Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's own Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen, agree that these bills fueled inflation. If she wants to talk about who is better at cutting taxes, we say, bring it on. She has already stolen one of the President Trump's ideas about no tax on tips for service workers. She wants to talk about tax cuts. My gosh, we will invite, let's have a whole debate just about that. We think that's great.
Of course, the topic of abortion was part of Harris's speech tonight. Want to take a listen to part of what she had to say.
As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions. Simply put, they are out of their minds.
What's your response to Harris and her campaign?
Well, first of all, it's simply not true. President Trump has stated repeatedly that he would not sign a national ban on abortion. But again, it is no surprise that this is where she wants to keep the conversation. She does not want to talk about what her own record is as vice president and in leading up to when she became vice president. For example, the fact that she has been historically weak on crime. While she was running for president, she posted on Twitter and invited people to donate to the fund that was helping bail the people out of jail who had burned Minneapolis to the ground. She has supported the defund the police movement. She sponsored a bill in the United States Senate to encourage the ending of cash bail, thereby releasing violent criminals onto the streets. I know she talked about guns tonight too, but when she was a prosecutor, she went easy on criminals, including those who were accused of committing gun crimes. So all of this, everything that she talks about, is a brand new Kamala Harris that never existed until 31 days ago. She has not yet set for an interview. She has no policy section on her website. She drastically does not want to talk about anything that she has ever done in her career. She keeps everything focused on Donald Trump, and this is, again, an administration that has over and over denigrated what they call MAGA Republicans, which means Donald Trump and all of the Americans who support him. And now she's going to get up on stage and talk about unity? That falls flat.
Trump senior advisor Tim Murtaugh, we thank you so much for staying up late with us. Appreciate your insight and time.
Thank you for having me on.
Joining us now, Congresswoman and Congressional Hispanic Caucus Chair Nanette Barragán. It was quite a night tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. How are Democrats in the Harris camp feeling about the vice president's big speech?
We're feeling great. We heard a lot of energy and excitement on the floor. We had the balloons coming down, so much cheering. Just people next to me, young people, first-timers who were just commenting, and they were just so energized and excited. We feel good. Tonight, the vice president laid out not just her biography, reintroducing herself to the American people. She talked about fighting for freedoms and laid those out, and talked about the future. There's a stark contrast between this campaign and the other one. This is about the future. This is a joyful campaign. This is about fighting for people. The other one, very different conversation, very different, very monotone, very low, very down, what they're going to do, how they're going to harm people, how they're going to go after even American citizens when they go after migrants and not even know. I mean, this is such a different campaign. The energy here is very positive because it's about the future, and it's a joyful one.
And the economy was one major issue focused on stage tonight. What do you say to swing or undecided voters who think that Donald Trump would handle the economy better, an issue that he currently is polling above Harris on?
Well, I think the vice president tonight did what she was supposed to do on the economy. Number one, it was talking about her own upbringing, basically showing and telling people about her family being raised by a single mom, understanding the struggles, understanding what it's like to raise two kids from a single mom, getting a job, working her way through school. And this is somebody who is going to make the number one priority is to help those that are suffering, those that are feeling the harm, and make that her top priority. Look, just take a look at the economy and where it's gone in the last 4 years after COVID, and we're doing great, but people are still suffering. The vice president knows that. She's talking about things like housing. We hear that all day long, that housing is too expensive. Her number one priority is going to help to bring down costs. And we can just hope by talking to voters, by talking to people about her plan, and that she's going to make them her number one priority on this issue, that we can win them over. And tonight, we had Republicans step up, as just we have all week long, in making the case why Kamala Harris is the best choice to be president of the United States.
Going into this summer, it was African-American and Hispanic voters, particularly male voters, who were leaning toward Donald Trump, according to polls, driving up his poll numbers, in particular in swing states. Democrats now have 74 days until Election Day. Is that enough time to get those voters back?
It definitely is enough time, but we got to go do the work. We got to pound the pavement. We got to make the calls. We got to knock on doors. We got to communicate and engage with them. One of the things we hear from Latino men is they want to be engaged. They want to be reached out to. That hasn't happened a lot. One of the things the Congressional Hispanic Caucus has done is gone on the road to talk about what Democrats have done. Now we're seeing on the campaign side, the vice president on the trail. We're seeing Tim Walz on the trail talking to folks directly. And we got Tim Walz now also Minnesota talking to Miss Westerners, talking about himself being a coach, being a veteran, being a football coach. I mean, all of that resonates, I think, with the American people, especially men. We're here now, all these analogies to football. What better way to reach and connect through sports? As somebody who has played on the congressional football team with Tim Walz, this is his wheelhouse. So I think there's a lot to do in the next 74 days. You'll see me on the trail. You'll see our colleagues on the trail. You'll see the vice president. As Tim likes to say, you can sleep when you're dead. We are going to do everything we can every minute to lay it out on the table to make sure that when we wake up the day after the election day, we have no regrets. And I think that is what you're going to see starting tomorrow.
Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, we thank, actually from the Kamala Harris campaign, Nanette Barragan, we thank you so much. Now I want to bring in ABC's White House correspondent Mary Alice Parks. Mary Alice, first, we know that she had some specific goals for her speech tonight. Did she meet them?
Yeah, Linsey, the campaign said all along they wanted to have a speech that was rooted in her sense of patriotism. You know, I'm thinking about all the ways where she sort of took typical Republican language and tried to flip the script, right? She tried to say, you don't get to be the only ones who are patriots. We're the ones that are standing up for voting rights and elections. The issue of freedom. Republicans often talk about freedom. She painted a party that was about freedom to be who you are, a country that was about freedom to be who you are. I mean, literally, we're looking at these images over and over. It was so clear from up here, reclaiming the flag. I think that idea of what counts as a patriot, she definitely hammered that home tonight, Linsey.
And we saw a lot of focus this week on Kamala Harris's family, her loved ones, and the same for her running mate, Tim Walz. What do they hope that will convey to voters?
That they're a big tent party, that they're the party of diversity, that all families count, that there's no one kind of family that is more American than another. I mean, you heard Tim Walz say that his family might be unique. You heard Doug Imhoff say that their family might be unique, but they are actually the story of America. Look, it's something that we've heard Republicans already attack Democrats on. J.D. Vance saying that they're the pro-family party. Well, this convention was really about Democrats pushing back on that idea, saying that sort of a challenge to Republicans to put forward pro-family policies, and again to not have a claim on the idea of what counts as a family. Linsey.
All right, Mary Alice Parks, our thanks to you all week long. Really appreciate it. And that is our show for tonight. I'm Linsey Davis. ABC News Live is here for you all night with the latest news, context, and analysis. You can always find us on Hulu, Roku, Pluto TV, the ABC News app, and of course on abcnews.com. Thank you so much for streaming with us all week long. We will leave you now with the scene inside the United Center. Here on the floor, you see the people still lingering, supporting Kamala Harris with their flags and posters there. Thank you so much, America. Have a great night.
Stephan Bourgoin was this titan of the true crime industry.
But the story was never consistent.
All these fans were